Jennifer, hello. Hi, 15, TD with that host. And hey, how's it going? Thank you for the host. Oh man, are we dropping frames? We're dropping frames again tonight. It's frame drop day again. Why? Why are we dropping frames again? Yoke and Throttle Quadrant have shipped. Good deal. Free coffee at Starbucks because the person ahead of us paid ours too. Wait. Did they do it as a courtesy or did they accidentally pay for it? Was it purposely free coffee or accidental coffee? I mean, it was still paid for, but Florida Man story, thank you. Oh boy. As a courtesy, okay. Well, that's awesome. Interesting Florida Man story. Kiba has sent me a story tonight that's a little unusual. We'll cover that tonight. And I almost didn't make it to stream tonight. I wasn't feeling well literally like 2 hours ago. I had a nasty, like, headache, neck ache. Like, you know, like where, you know when it's bad when, like, you move your eyes and it just hurts. I don't know what was going on. But I'm doing better. Still got a little bit of a headache, but I'll live. I just hope this stream doesn't cause any problems. We're having dropped frames already. We haven't even started the game yet. Speaking of which, it's just about time. I should be alright. I should be okay. Cut music. Yeah, I think we're ready to go. Let's open up the Sherlock. There we go. Okay. You guys remember, we have been tasked. We are playing as Watson. We have been tasked to go back to Whitechapel. And we are to find pig heads, I think it was. Let me read our stuff here. There we go. Search in Whitechapel. Learn something about where Dr. Tumbleton may be hiding. Also no shortage of slaughterhouses and pigs' heads. Find me a slaughterhouse. Give us exclusive use of the block for an hour. And some pigs' heads. It's supposed to snow Tuesday night in your area, 1 to 3 inches. I think ours won't show up. I think I read, I think I just saw earlier that Thursday is our wintry mix. I don't know how much it's going to be. I didn't really look. See if there's anything else we want to take a quick look at other than the rooms. No. Okay. All right, we are off to Whitechapel then. Pet shop. We probably have to discover Cobbler's Clinic. Yeah, I don't know, but we'll start at the police station and just work our way down. I doubt the police station itself is going to have any info for us.
What a ridiculous idea to have asked Holmes for something to do. Where on earth am I going to find what he wants? Perhaps that kind Lucy will be able to help me.
Ah. Go over to Lucy's place. Let's see. Right over here. I don't see Lucy anywhere. Lucy's not here. Guess we'll try somewhere else. She's known at the brothel.
To Miss Bella's.
Aha.
Good evening, Lucy. But is something wrong?
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Yes, it's my uncle. He's no longer with us.
Please accept my condolences, miss.
Thank you, Doctor. But why are you here? Can I help you?
My request may sound rather strange, but do you know if there is a butcher's or slaughterhouse in the area where pigs are killed?
Yes, Fletcher's the man. He was a regular client, owner of a little butcher's shop not far. But Miss Bella didn't want him to come, as long as he didn't treat his awful sickness.
Can you point to his shop on my map?
Certainly.
Do you know anything about the 2 latest murders?
Oh, goodness me, no. All the girls in the neighbourhood are terrified. Who will be next? That's what everyone is asking.
You think Lucy's gonna get killed? I think Lucy's gonna die.
Goodbye, Lucy.
Until next time, perhaps, Doctor.
Lucy has been far too useful a contact. Alright. Oh, okay, it's just down from the clinic.
Ah, there's Fletcher's butcher shop.
Yeah, we've seen this. We haven't been in before. I don't think it's been open to us before. Says it's closed.
Closed due to illness. If the proprietor is ill, the butcher's block is probably not being used. Perhaps I can use it. Now, where could a sick butcher have got to?
Maybe the clinic? The clinic, perhaps? Supposed to Tuesday night. Yeah, ooh.
Yes, if Fletcher is ill, he should be here.
All right, Doc. You got a butcher in here?
Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Dr. Gibbons. I have come to see you because I was wondering if, by any chance, you happen to have a patient by the name of Fletcher, a butcher who would have relinquished his shop due to illness. An illness caught during nocturnal encounters, if you catch my drift.
Fletcher is one of the regulars at the clinic. Mercury treatment against syphilis.
Oh, jeez.
A night with Venus, a lifetime with Mercury.
Oh,
he left
boy.
London a fortnight ago for the fresh country air. Why is he of interest to you?
Oh, no reason. I'm more interested in using his shop, only for an hour or so. Would he have left his keys with family in the area?
He has none left, but he must have left Hardiman, the cat's meat seller, to oversee his shop. They're in business. They're good friends.
Okay.
Do you know where he can be found?
No, but wander around the neighbourhood and listen for his beep beeps. He often passes in front of the clinic.
Yep.
Besides...
Okay. We'll go talk to old Beep Beep. Oh, look who's here.
It's me that you're looking for, sweetheart.
Not quite.
Actually, no. I am looking for the cat food seller, Hardiman.
Yeah.
Hardiman? Poor Hardiman. It isn't quitting time for him yet. That gives me some time to wander the streets before he shows up, and with him all the cats hereabouts.
Do you know where he lives?
Sure, and for a copper I might even tell you.
Here are a few coins.
You're too kind, Governor. Well, these days I knows that he lives with his mammy on Hanbury Street, in the same place where Dark Annie bled to death.
Why did you call him poor Hardiman?
Bah, he's in grieving, of course. Just a few weeks ago he lost his wife, and 3 months before that his girl.
Damn.
Poor fella. He was in tatters. Even came to cry on my shoulder, believe it or not.
Yes, Kiba, I did get your link. We'll be talking about that tonight. Kiba, thank you for the host. How you doing?
Well, I must leave you. I must go to Hanbury Street.
Hanbury Street. Alright, well, I don't know where Hanbury... Maybe it's somewhere else. There it is.
This is the building in which poor Annie Chapman was killed. Beep beep.
Oh, what's old Beepy doing over here? Beep beep. I mean, we need to talk to him. It's convenient that he's here.
Beep beep. Hello, are you Mr. Hardiman?
That's me.
I am Dr. Watson. I have come to see you about Fletcher's shop.
Drawback of
I would
stream
like to
elements,
use
no
it for an
points
hour
on
or two.
YouTube side.
You have the keys and your rates are
Maybe.
reasonable.
Do you want to
Pretty
operate on
janky.
someone in the butcher's?
Not at all. One of my friends needs it
What
to
do you mean, no
prepare
points?
pig's heads.
Oh,
Well, why not?
the like
Fletcher
viewer points.
certainly wouldn't mind, but there's a problem.
A problem? How so?
This morning, the neighbour above broke his key in the door. The old boy must have already had a drink.
So?
Well, I tried my best to unjam it with Fletcher's spare key, which is pretty thin, and bam, that one broke too.
Hard luck. But if you have the end of the broken key, perhaps it can be fixed.
It must still be upstairs. I didn't pick it up. Fletcher has a key too, so I didn't think it was a problem. Fancy, if I just had another key with a simpler blade, I could copy it. I'm great at odd jobs.
Fine. I will try to find all of that. Well, see you later then.
Goodbye, sir.
Right, so the key is broken. Let's read through that dialogue again just real quickly. Unjam with Fletcher's spare key, pretty thin, and bam, that one broke too. Oh boy. Can it be fixed? It must still be upstairs. I didn't pick it up. Fletcher has a key. so I didn't think it was a problem. Fancy if I just had another key with a simpler blade, I could copy it. I'm looking to see if I've... So maybe if I... Should be upstairs from Fletcher's. Is what I'm getting from that.
I have no reason to go that way.
I could have swore that's where you wanted me to go. Or maybe it's upstairs from Hardiman's. Is that what you're talking about? I don't know where... Is this where Hardiman lives thereabouts?
Have you found everything I need to remake the key?
Hell no. We didn't even get started. I'm trying to figure out... It said upstairs, but... At his place? I thought he meant upstairs from Fletcher's.
I have no reason to go that way. I have no reason to go that way.
I don't know. We'll, Richardson's. Oh yeah, this is where the one murder took place. Oh, they said it's the same building. So maybe we can just go upstairs and find the key up here.
Oh, no. But what a... Oh, how dreadful.
Oh boy. Isn't this where what's-his-name does his stuff?
Kebabs. The same as Hardiman's. So he prepares his meat
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
My word. These are innards. This bag contains butcher's equipment. Where can I find a key with a simpler blade? On a worthless door, perhaps.
A worthless door, perhaps. What does that even mean? What an unusual, Guess we better check back here just to be sure. Aha!
This key was left inadvertently. Indeed, there is nothing terribly precious inside.
Yeah.
But what a stench.
Okay. Should that be all we need? We've got a key, we've got this. He might be able to do it. What else do we need? They say something else here. Key 2, right? Another key with simpler blade. I guess that should be everything.
Have you found everything I need to remake the key?
There you go. I think you'll manage with all of this.
I'm sure I will, sir. It won't take me long.
Say, I think there's some of your business upstairs.
Oh, you're right. I ain't had the time to sort it out. Sometimes I'm in such a hurry to prepare my meat that I forget to clean up.
But why do it in the stairwell?
Awful bleeds bucket loads, they do, as you've seen. Now, why would I do that in my own lodgings?
Ah, of course. But what about your poor neighbours?
They owe it to me, all the times I've helped them out. And I don't have a shop either.
Say, you sell animal meat, isn't that right? Would you know where I could find a dozen small pig's heads?
The guy who gets me my offal should have some.
I'll pay your day's wages if you meet me at Fletcher's butcher shop in 2 hours with the pig's heads. Here's a little advance.
I'll do my best, Doctor.
All right, nice.
The caretaker of another building told us that the place where your mother lives has a reputation for facilitating prostitutes' activities. Is that true?
Sure, the doors are never closed. They come through here like it's Paddington Station.
By the way, I heard about your loss. My condolences.
Ta, sir. I saw them die slow deaths. My little girl, her face was eaten by the disease.
Yes.
Thank you, my friend, and please forgive me for bringing up such painful memories.
Go, I must do my rounds, and I will look for what you've asked for.
As for me, I will go and find Holmes, and we will go to the butcher's together. Let's return to Fletcher's butcher shop.
Your heads are on the block inside. Say, you wouldn't be the same chap who bought my whole load the other day.
It's possible, but if you want to continue to do business together, you mustn't speak of my presence in the area to anyone.
Don't worry, my lord. I'll be as quiet as a church mouse.
Okay. Into Fletcher's.
Holmes, will you explain the reason and rhyme behind this masquerade?
Elementary. We shall conduct an experiment that will allow us to answer a simple question. Does the type of weapon used by the killer correspond to a specific profession?
What are we doing, Holmes?
Messing with pigs' heads.
And here are our sow's heads. Congratulations, Watson.
You're welcome, Holmes, but what do you really want to do? Take up a collection?
We're gonna do some weapon experimentation. You guys ever see? Oh, what was that? The one where they would have the different types of warriors.
There's nothing further
Fight.
to find in this room, Watson.
They
However,
do all the
I need some
recreations.
knives. Our only hope is behind this door.
Well, what do I currently have in my inventory? Just my pocket knife. Oh, there's a lot of other things here, though.
This wheel is broken and prevents the door from
Deadliest
sliding.
warriors. There we go. Yep, they would use things like pigs' heads and stuff.
I need something. This wheel is broken and prevents the door from sliding.
Can I remove it or fix it with something? Yeah, that shows... Well, you know, I think the big problem was they hinged everything on that software and that they then used to make a game. And the game didn't really go anywhere, so... Let's see if I can just use the pocket knife.
This wheel is broken and prevents the door from sliding.
Right, I need a new wheel or I need something. There we go.
This wheel is broken and prevents the door from sliding. This wheel is broken and prevents the door from sliding.
Yeah, that game was not good.
There, this door is slightly raised.
There we go.
There is nothing further to find in this room, Watson. However, I need some knives. Our only hope is behind this door.
Well, it's slightly raised. Oh, do I need to
This wheel is broken and prevents the door from sliding.
remove the wheel now? Or replace?
This wheel is broken and prevents the door from sliding.
Alright, can I I need to remove it first. There we go. Now we can replace it. There we go.
Elementary. While I prepare our experiment, could you find me 2 knives? A small one, somewhat larger.
Zombies
than a pocket
versus
knife, with a
vampires,
large,
2003.
sharp blade.
Wow.
We'll need it to separate the bones and to cut through the thick skins.
Is
Then
that long
find me
ago?
A long knife that's at least 13 inches long, no shorter, that's sharp and has a thick blade.
Fine, Holmes, but I'd like to tell you about Hardiman. Do you know that he prepares his kebabs himself, and...
That he owns butcher's tools and uses offal? That's obvious, Watson. Pray, take my magnifying glass and my rule and get started, Watson. Find me these 2 knives.
All right. Let's get some knives. I see the hand thing there. Let me look around first. Make sure there's nothing else. Okay. We got some knivies. What kind of knivies do we need? Let me check the dialogue again. Alright, long knife that's at least 13 inches. Sharp and has a thick blade. A small one, somewhat larger than a pocket knife. A large, sharp blade. So we need a small with a large, thick blade, large, sharp blade, and a long knife at least 13 inches, sharp with a thick blade.
Thanks to the magnifying glass, I can find a small knife that matches Holmes's description.
Well, it shouldn't be that small. If you need a magnifying glass, that's a really tiny knife.
Fragments of cartilage. Large size. Fragments of cartilage.
All right.
Fragments of cartilage.
All right. That looks like what we're looking for.
Fragments of cartilage. Large size.
Right. Okay, so let me check this again. Small, somewhat larger than a pocket knife with a large, sharp blade. Doesn't say it's sharp. This one's a large size.
Large size. Fragments of cartilage.
All right, so I'm thinking this one.
With the rule, I must find a large knife.
And he wants a 13-inch blade. You want me to measure the whole thing?
Size? 11 inches.
Thought he only wanted the blade measurement.
Size? 13 inches.
Okay. Well, this one. And I think this one.
Here are the knives you asked for. Be careful, they're awfully sharp. Holmes, I must say that this experiment is making me rather uneasy, comparing animal heads to these poor women.
You're right, Watson, but this somewhat shocking experiment may help to end this massacre and save other victims, you can be sure of that. Look, these pigs' heads are still bloody, which will suit our experiment perfectly. I have a pocket knife and a scalpel with me. With the 2 knives you just brought me, we have a similar array of weapons as those probably used by the killer. We saw 3 types of throat wounds on the deceased attributed to this man, those intended to slit the throat, those intended to decapitate, and the more superficial yet mortal wound that led to the death of the unfortunate victim in
2011. I was going to say.
Side. With the help of these 4 knives,
03 sounds a little early.
Create these wounds on the pigs' heads and see what we can establish about the weapon or weapons used. We may also be able to rule out Miss Stride as a victim of the killer of the other 3.
Okay. Select the right knife or knives. Identification of the crime, weapon, or weapons. Experiment 1. We get the help of your 4 knives, try to reproduce the 3 pigs' heads, on their heads, the wounds indicated by Sherlock Holmes, and determine which type of weapon or weapons were used by Jack the Ripper. Click on the pig's head to get a close-up image. Once you've selected 1 or several knives for each wound, select 1 or more knives and place it or them in the crime weapons section. Okay.
Let's try to use these weapons on this head to obtain a large deep wound to the throat, like those that were noted on 3 of the 4 victims.
Okay. So a deep wound would probably be with a large knife. Well, maybe not. I mean, it would probably be a large knife, but you would think... Let's see. To use your knife, select them by clicking and pass them over the pig's throat while holding down the left button of your mouse. Ah, I see. Then select one or several by clicking on the click box. Oh, I see. So... Yay. Can we reset? We're cutting pigs' heads. That doesn't look light, heavy enough.
This little knife is very sharp and has a very wide blade. This pocket knife is very sharp, but its blade is too thin.
Okay.
The wound is too shallow.
Right.
Look, Watson, this knife easily penetrates the flesh.
Right, so this one and
Elementary.
possibly that one. Alright. And then close that. Experiment 2. Oh, there was a typo on the site. Gotcha.
Let's try to decapitate our victim with these tools, knowing that the killer didn't quite manage to do it.
Well,
Charming.
I highly doubt these little knives are going to do that, but we'll get them out of the way first. Maybe. Apparently not. I can't see. Oh, there we go.
With a scalpel, the wound is too shallow.
Yep.
The blade of this pocket knife is too thin to reach the vertebrae.
Right.
Look, Watson, this little knife with a wide base can easily slice the vertebrae of our porcine friend. This knife with a long blade easily slices the flesh, but cannot dislocate the vertebrae.
Right, so that. But there's more? What else are we looking for? What's that? Oh, interesting thing to walk in on. That's right. Welcome to we're trying to figure out the methods of murder of Jack the Ripper. Got to get it done somehow. Welcome to our
Look, Watson,
investigation.
this little knife with a wide base can easily slice the vertebrae of our porcine friend.
So before it was the two bigger knives.
The blade of this pocket knife is too thin to reach the vertebrae. With a scalpel, the wound is too shallow.
Right. And then he says
This knife
here,
with a long blade easily slices the flesh, but cannot dislocate the vertebrae.
well, this one would have to be it. You just watched a Sherlock Holmes last night? Nice. All right, so why is this not the correct... Let me close this for a minute. So what's wrong with that experiment? Let's go to the experiment 3, and we'll see what we can figure out here.
Let's see if these knives can inflict a mortal wound in a situation where a single quick blow is given. The scenario in question is that of Dutfield's yard. Look, Watson, the blade sinks easily into the flesh.
That's probably a good one.
In using the cutting edge of this pocket knife's blade, I can scrape the skin. This particularly sharp blade can make a deep gash with one quick slice.
Oh, now that's a pretty good one.
It cuts through the flesh easily as the blade is so sharp.
So I think
Elementary.
any of those. Okay. All right. So we just need to finish this one.
Let's try to decapitate our victim with these tools, knowing that the killer didn't quite manage to do it.
Charming.
Let's reset.
Look, Watson, this little knife with a wide base can easily slice the vertebrae of our porcine friend.
Right, so that's gotta be one of them.
The blade of this pocket knife is too thin to reach the vertebrae.
So that's a no.
With a scalpel, the wound is too shallow.
Also a no.
This knife with a long blade easily slices the flesh, but cannot dislocate the vertebrae.
So I think it's just this one. But that doesn't seem to be working. I really thought it was just that one. It's not these two. It's got to be this one and something else. Or three. How could it not be that one?
Look, Watson, this little knife with a wide base can easily slice the vertebrae of our porcine friend.
Right, but the other ones aren't really...
This knife with a long blade easily slices the flesh, but cannot dislocate the vertebrae.
It seems like this is the only
Look,
one.
Watson, this little knife with a wide base can easily slice the vertebrae of our porcine friend.
Did she live? She's decapitated. I don't think she made it. Wait. Are we supposed to be trying to cut his head off?
This little knife with a wide base can easily slice the vertebrae of our porcine friend.
I see that, but... Okay, why is this one not... This has got to be the right one. Oh, wait. Maybe they're saying that it didn't do it, so it's actually these three. It's because it didn't. There we go. Okay. So, we look at the ones. So, which one was available in all three? It was definitely this one.
That's it, Watson. The big knife.
Yep.
With respect to the opinion of the medical examiners who noted that a butcher's knife with a long blade would have caused the eviscerations on some of the victims, we can assume, Watson, that he only used this type of weapon as it is capable of inflicting all of the wounds displayed. Furthermore, the Dutfield's Yard murder remains attributable, for the moment, to the Whitechapel killer, if we are able to explain why the murderer used his knife in a different manner. Why not go there now? We will try to reenact the killer's actions that night. Our first objective will be to clarify, one way or another, the statements of Constable Smith, as well as this Hungarian by the name of Schwartz. We must also try to find out more about the International Working Men's Educational Club, underneath which the murder took place, perhaps at the Wasp's Nest.
Yes, let's go to Dutfield's Yard or wherever, but quickly. I am in urgent need of fresh air.
Oh,
Let's
come
go
on.
to the
You're a
Wasp's
doctor.
Nest.
You're a doctor. You'll be fine. All right. To the Wasp's Nest.
Don't forget that Bluto may still be hiding here. I will try to find out more inside. You, Watson, must intercept the policeman on his rounds. Given the hour and a bit of luck, it will be Smith. Try to get some information from him.
Understood, Holmes.
Okay. Well, look who's back. Back again.
Hello.
I know you. You're Squibby's guardian angel. You weren't dressed the same last time, but I don't forget a face. No hard feelings, huh? Join me in a glass?
Your Jack the Ripper is on everyone's lips and written in all of the papers. You must be awfully proud of yourself. You have skill, that's for certain. It's a shame you use it to mask rather than discover the truth.
You better believe that I'm going to find out who it is. I got a hold of old Schwartz's interpreter. You know, the Hungarian who saw Liz Stride get it. Doesn't speak a word of English. And when he went round to the station, another Jew went along to interpret. I found that bloke, and he repeated everything that had been said at the station. It won't be long before I find these fellows.
Why do you say these fellows? Were there several of them?
Do you not read the papers or what? Well, given the rubbish that you read sometimes. Let me explain. At 12:45 a.m., Schwartz goes down Burner Street towards Fairclough, on the side of the road where the Workers' Club is. A bit further from there, just near Dutfield Yard's wooden doors, a chap and a lady are arguing. The Star said that the bloke wanted to push the girl into Dutfield's yard, but the translator told me that Schwartz saw him pulling her towards the road. She doesn't want to follow. He grabs her by the shoulders and throws her to the ground. She falls a bit, but not too loudly. Old Schwartz is scared, crosses to the other side, but continues in the same direction. The bloke with the girl notices him and yells, "Lipsky!" At the same time, another bloke at the corner of Fairclough and Burner who was lighting his pipe gets in on the action. He starts coming towards Schwartz in a menacing way, and Schwartz takes to his heels, doesn't see anything else. Once he finds out that a woman got herself killed, he went to testify, and identified Longley's Stride as the woman he saw getting thrown about. So there were definitely two blokes, mate. But why am I telling you all this?
In vino veritas.
Yep. In wine there is truth.
I'll take my leave then, Mr. Bulling.
That's right. Till next time.
Okay.
If you're looking for some company, Gov, you've come to the wrong place. Me, I'm just here to pour. I don't care who you is, I knows nothing, and I don't care neither.
A draught, my good man.
Here, sir.
Tell me, was it not a mere stone's throw away from here that the Whitechapel killer struck last week?
That'd be Jack the Ripper, that's his name. Slit the throat of a working girl in a small courtyard over there behind them big wooden doors.
Below the Workers' Club?
The very spot, below Lipsky and Co. I wouldn't be surprised if Jack was one of them, if you catch my drift.
Lipsky and Company. Do you mean to say that someone called Lipsky runs this club?
Nah, it's just that it's full of Jews. In Whitechapel, we call them all Lipskys, like that Lipsky who killed that girl in Batty Street last year.
Oh, really?
Last year, a Jew named Israel Lipsky killed a lass who was 6 months pregnant by making her drink acid.
Jeez.
One trial and one protest by rabbis later, and he was hanging. By those who don't much like him, the Jews are called Lipskys.
Oh, I
Is
see.
the term Lipsky is used to refer to the Jews in the area, and is this club frequented by Jews?
You got it. Socialist Jews, even. They spend their evenings hollering, singing. I've seen them spitting on the bosses.
And do you know the victim?
Weird.
No more her than any other. The working girls don't drum up business too much in this street. They need a reason to end up here.
Very well. Goodbye.
Cheers.
First and foremost, I must find P.C. Smith.
Okay. Well, there's a police officer.
Good evening, Constable.
Good evening, sir.
I am Dr. Watson. Would you happen to be P.C. Smith, the man who patrols this beat?
That's me. And you work with the famous Sherlock Holmes, don't you? What can I do for you?
I believe you were on duty the night when the murder took place here. You would certainly be able to confirm a few details, such as the time of death that the medical examiner gave.
It's just that I wasn't there when the body was discovered. I don't think I can help you.
But I was told that you had seen the victim that very night.
Indeed. But it was before the murder. I saw her, not far from here. She was talking to a man. It was around 12:30 or 12:35 a.m.
What did this man look like?
I only saw him from behind, really. He was wearing a short black outfit, a small felt hat like a cap in a dark colour, and a white collar. He seemed to be a respectable type. He was carrying a packet in his hand, wrapped in newspaper, about 18 inches long and about 6 inches wide.
His outfit reminds me of someone that I know. Was he a large man, on the older side?
I don't think so, no. Even though I only saw him from behind, I would say that he was barely 30 years old, or even less. Say 28, or even less. 26 years old, and 5 foot 8 inches tall at the very most. He had a small dark brown moustache and an olive complexion, I would say. But once again, I only caught a brief glimpse of his face in 3/4 profile.
Nobody else saw this man?
I discussed this previously with Mr. Eagle, the president of the Workers' Club. That night he returned around 12:40 a.m. to the club. He used the passage through Dutfield's yard to get into the club because the main door was locked. He can attest that he didn't see anyone else in the passage at that time, but wasn't really paying attention to who else might have been in Burner Street itself. He was listening to the song coming from the club. In short, no one else saw him.
Well, thank you for having satisfied my curiosity, my friend.
A fine evening to you, Doctor.
Okay.
Well, Watson, let's go to Dutfield's yard.
See this again. Okay. Where are they saying that's at? They said it's not that far, but let me look. It's got to be in here, Dutfield's yard. It's over by the, I don't think it's actually that far from here. Down here at the Wasp Nest, because when I was down here, I found the club. I'm pretty sure. I don't remember which direction. They're the big double doors. Well, it's not that though. Yeah, this is Burner.
Dutfield's
Aha.
Your
Okay.
interrogation of P.C. Smith has proven to be very shrewd and of great interest. Thanks to the information I've managed to gather and that you were able to read in my notes in Baker Street, Watson, we can recreate what happened that fateful night at this location, Dutfield's yard to be precise, the site of Liz Stride's murder.
Oh boy, reenactment of the facts. Okay, so we get to put our timeline together. So we got between midnight and 1:45.
Midnight, the Socialist Club meeting ends. The members, mainly Jewish men, gradually begin to leave the club in little groups or alone.
Right. 12:20, the American goes out for some air. No one is in the street.
12:20 a.m., the American leaves the Socialists Club for some fresh air. The street is deserted.
Okay. This one's got a little bit of a time difference, 12:30 to 12:35, so we'll hold on to that one. 12:40, Eagle, the president of the club, enters by the passage in Dutfield's yard.
12:40 a.m., Eagle, the president of the club, enters the Workers' Club via the passageway through Dutfield's yard. He passed through Dutfield's yard. If Liz Stride had already been killed, he would have had to walk over her. The murder, therefore, had not yet happened. 12:43 a.m., Israel Swartz passes by Dutfield's yard and witnesses the attack on Liz Stride.
Yeah, see, there's some contradiction there.
12:44 a.m., Schwartz crosses to the other side of the road. The attacker sees him and yells, "Lipsky." The attacker must have shouted to his accomplice at the end of the road, "Lipsky," indicating at Schwartz using his head in an attempt to scare off this undesirable. 12:45 a.m., Schwartz runs away, followed for a short distance by this man. 1 a.m. Mr. Diemschutz wants to enter with his cart, but the pony refuses. We know that the murder took place between 12:45 and 1 a.m. Mr. Diemschutz therefore must have disturbed the killer. 12:30 to 12:35 a.m. Smith notices Liz Stride talking to the man with the package. Let's place Liz Stride's murder on the timeline, Watson.
Okay. So, the problem that I'm seeing, well, it has to have been right in between here. It had to have happened. Yeah, no, it couldn't have happened earlier. So it's got to be somewhere in between. Wait, where are they? Why are we showing such a big time frame? That doesn't make sense. It would have to be before then. That's not right. It doesn't make sense that it would be this or that early.
12:45 to 1 a.m. The murder of Liz Stride. It took place in this very spot, as the traces of blood were very confined. We will come back to this point in a few moments to elaborate on what could have happened. Well, we are still missing certain information in order to finish this investigation, Watson.
Well, let's investigate the area. Oh, I can't go up here? Huh.
What do you think, Holmes?
I think we need to have a look outside. Oh, I see. We've got our
Watson, imagine the victim
deal
laid
here
down there on the ground.
Oh man, are we gonna lay Watson down and string knives on him?
Her right hand, it is bloody, as is her wrist. The throat, there is but one clean cut, slightly slanted downwards. The throat, there is but one clean cut, slightly slanted downwards. Her left hand, it is closed around a bag of pastils. Her left hand, it is closed around a bag of pastils. Her knees and dress, they are clean. The ground is muddy.
Okay. Bloody right hand and wrist. Carotid wasn't slit, huh? Put her hand on her throat. Wound on the neck is clean, starting from the right, slightly oblique descending. Wound to the neck is clean, starting from the right. Her right? Is that what they mean? Let's get some of the other stuff put in first. Okay. Knees in the bottom of the dresser front at the front are clean. The ground is dirty. It's no struggle. On the ground, that is. I assume that means she was already laying down. Possibly it doesn't mean that. I'm pretty sure that's what it would mean. Mortal wound to the neck. From above, I would think. And then downwards. Killer is taller. Really? Not correct? Okay, I have that wrong. Okay, right-handed. I did get that right. But something wrong. Something here is wrong. I would think if you was going from up to down, maybe it would be because you were shorter. Definitely just the one wound. Victim did not struggle on the ground. Maybe not killed lying down? That doesn't make sense. Of course, this would make sense if you were standing up. Okay, I don't know. Oh,
we have
got
two
it.
possibilities. The first is that
Wasn't sure on those ones.
And the attacker, seen by Schwartz, were one and the same man. The second is that Liz Stride meets a client. After some discussion, they head towards Dutfield's yard to do their business. As soon as they arrive, the attacker appears while his accomplice keeps watch. Schwartz's arrival dissuades the two men from lingering. They leave the area and leave Liz Stride in a tense state, but glad to have kept her client. He will be her murderer. Both hypotheses are possible, but an incongruous detail will serve to corroborate one of them. An incongruous detail that we were able to establish regarding the Hanbury Street murder. Which one would that be, Watson? Look at the victim carefully, Watson, and tell me the link between the murder of Liz Stride and those of Nichols and Chapman. No, that's not it. No, that's not it.
The bag of pastels, Holmes?
The bag of pastels. Indeed, Watson. If this woman had to defend herself against an attacker, why would she have held onto this bag in her hand? It didn't fall because this woman's hand tensed at the moment when she fell to the ground. Therefore, Watson, we know the killer distracted his victim's attention by making them take something out of their pockets. Why didn't he slit her throat like the others? He must have feared a struggle with this strong-willed woman. Why didn't he eviscerate her? Because Louis Diemschutz arrived.
Do you think the Whitechapel killer is behind this murder, Holmes?
Yes, and now this murder has been linked to its rightful perpetrator, it will take on deeper meaning when we have examined the facts from that night. Let's go to Mitre Square, where Catherine Eddowes was killed. And make haste, Watson, as we have another murder to commit in 40 minutes.
Mitre Street.
Here we are, Watson, Mitre Square. It took us a mere 20 minutes to get here. If the killer left Dutfield's yard around 1 o'clock, as we assume, he would have arrived here at around 1:20 a.m. We know that Catherine Edow's body was discovered at 1:44 a.m. Catherine was released from prison around 1 o'clock, but we have no information as to what she could have been doing until her death. This place has 3 possible ways out. Let's see where they lead.
Okay.
As a precaution, I brought an old map of the area with me. It will help us get our bearings.
Let's hurry, Holmes. This neighborhood makes me ill at ease.
Okay. Mitre Square. So we've got, it looks like, the Church Passage, St. James Passage, and I'm guessing Mitre Street. Alright, so we just want to go check out the 3 different exits.
This is Mitre Street, from where Watkins, the constable who found the body, came. I have no reason to go that way.
Yeah, we're just checking out the exits. Okay. Then you've got one of these little spots. Here we go.
This dark and narrow passage leads to St. James's Place.
Yeah. No reason to go that way?
Nothing of interest here.
Yeah. And then the other one would be on this side, going over here.
Church Passage. It must be opposite the Imperial Club at 16 to 17 Duke Street. Let's go to the end of this lane, Watson. Hello, you must be Abraham Solomonovich, am I right?
Yes, that's me. But I know you. You brought a lad to my place to take care of a cat, and I loaned you my mask.
Ah,
That's
yes.
me. May I present?
Dr. Watson, of course. Delighted. And you? I have known for a few days that you are a detective by the name of Sherlock Holmes. Is that so?
You don't miss a thing, do you? It was the children who gave me away, am I right?
They didn't want to, but I gained their confidence by offering them a small comb and half a cake.
They made a good deal out of it, so I don't blame them. However, I must request, as a personal favor, that you do not reveal my identity.
You have my word. Curiosity is just killing me, as you may have guessed. Would it be breaking an oath to confide in me the nature of the investigation that you are leading?
Does this spot where we are now in Mitre Square mean anything to you?
A demon lives in this city, Mr. Holmes. These unmentionable acts degrade the human race and put the Jewish community in terrible danger.
Lots of rumors are circulating, but they are but rumors. I see you're leaving the Imperial Club. It's a stone's throw away from Mitre Square, and the 2 recent murders were most probably discussed in there. Do you know if anyone from the club saw or heard anything that night?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. That night, 3 members of our club saw a woman talking to a man at the very spot where we are standing, a few minutes before the body was found at the end of this passage.
Fantastic, Holmes.
Calm yourself, Watson. There is nothing at the moment to suggest it was the victim. Can we meet these members?
I am afraid that won't be possible. As soon as the police heard the evidence of these men, they were sworn to silence.
Well,
I understand.
But you are working for the good, and I must tell you what I know. One of the 3 men, my friend Joseph, left that night with 2 other members of the Imperial Club, Harry and another Joseph. It was around 1:35 a.m., perhaps a bit earlier. When Joseph, not my friend, but the other, the Aldgate butcher, exited, he saw a man and a woman in discussion
1:35 a.m.
at this very spot where we are.
These men must have been about 16 feet away from the couple.
That's about right. So Joseph, the butcher, said to the other 2, while pointing at the couple, "Look, I don't like going home alone when I see this kind of people here." My friend Joseph looked at them, without noticing anything strange, and didn't understand what he meant. They had the look of two rather unkempt people, but no more than that.
After the murder, did these three men tell the police what they had seen?
Not quite. Harry stated that he hadn't seen the couple. As for Joseph, the butcher, even though he was the one who commented on them and pointed them out, said that he couldn't remember anything except that the man was about 3 inches taller than the woman, who was 5 feet tall, no more. My friend Joseph, on the other hand, did his best to cooperate with the police.
So, yeah, it's kind of weird.
What did your friend Joseph
Joseph
say?
the butcher.
What did this man and woman look like?
The man
Changing his
must
testimony.
have been 30 years old, about 5 foot 7 inches, light complexion, and a fair moustache. He wore a loose, dark jacket, a grey cap, and a red scarf around his neck. But he said that he only saw him for a brief instant, and it would be impossible to recognize him.
And the woman?
He only saw her from behind. She had her hand on the man's stomach and seemed to be pushing him. He said that he remembered that she was small, was wearing a black jacket and a black bonnet. After his testimony, the police took him to see the clothing of the deceased, and Joseph said that they looked identical to those of the woman he had seen. Like I already said, he only glanced at the two, as he was headed with the others in the direction of Aldgate.
One final question. The Imperial Club is a Jewish club, isn't that correct?
Indeed.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Solomonovich.
Bah, it was nothing. We must at all cost prevent this demon from striking again, and the police seem to have some difficulty in doing that. I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Holmes.
Well, let's find the spot where Edow's body was discovered. Closed.
Okay. Let's read that dialogue so maybe we can get a better... So the people were talking right where we were standing, the street lights. At the end of the passage. We came from the alley. So you mean down here? There's the Imperial Club.
The Imperial Club. I have no reason to go that way. Nothing of interest here.
So I guess he means the other direction.
Nothing of interest here.
Really? Sure. Nope, can't get to that gate. Does he mean back the way we came?
This building is the Great Synagogue of London. Closed.
Seems strange. Why would we go back? Is there something else back here we didn't see? Apparently.
This is Mitre Street, from where Watkins, the constable who found the body, came.
Whole slew of something over here.
Watson, we are now in the exact spot where poor Eddowes tragically ended her days.
This spot is very dark, Holmes.
Yeah, it
That is
is.
probably why our murderer chose it. Let's see, we'll need a lantern.
Okay, time to go find a lantern. We just pull one off a street somewhere. That'd be nice. That one's kind of affixed. What do you got over here?
This dark and narrow passage leads to St. James's Place.
Right.
Nothing of interest here.
Haha. A lantern.
Take the lantern, Watson.
All right. That's going to be a lot easier to see things. All right, which corner? Was it this one? Here we go. There we go. Let's shine some light on the situation. Okay.
The head is turned towards the left. The murderer must have been on the right side of his victim. Let's look at her from the front.
Wonderful.
The eyelids were cut off.
Interesting.
There is but one wound, Watson. It goes from the left side and descends in a slight oblique towards the right side. The nose was cut. There is but one wound, Watson. It goes from the left side and descends in a slight oblique towards the right side.
We're going to mention that her guts are hung over her shoulder.
There is but one wound, Watson.
Oh, there's got to be some more to this.
There is but one wound, Watson.
Okay.
The inside of the thighs is clean. Once again, there were no sexual relations between the victim and her murderer. A thimble is located right beside one of the victim's hands, just like Chapman's sachet of pills and Stride's pastils. Do these objects spread out by the victim remind us of anything, Watson? Part of this apron is missing. We will follow up on that shortly. The main incision goes from the sternum all the way down to the groin. The murderer opened this abdomen as if it were an animal carcass.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
The kidney was removed. The uterus was removed. The head is turned towards the left. The murderer must have been on the right side of his victim. Let's look at her from the front.
Okay, we're missing something.
The cheeks were slashed to make them thinner.
Weird.
The cheeks were slashed to make them thinner. There is but one wound.
Is that it?
The eyelids were cut off.
Yeah, we know. It's very odd.
These intestines were
There
pulled
we go.
out altogether to grant access to the abdomen.
I was going to say, we're not going to talk about the
My goodness,
innards
Holmes,
slung over
it
her
was
shoulder.
A slaughter.
Understand, Watson, that our killer had neither the time nor the conditions to bother with the niceties. He had no more than 7 or 8 minutes at most to kill the woman, open her up, and all the while in total darkness.
Definitely someone who
Holmes,
knows their
it's
medical.
A woman, a poor victim you're talking about.
Their
Consider
their
all the time
biology.
this man lost and the risks that he actually took by cutting the victim's face and the lower abdomen in around 20 precise spots, especially the lungs and the liver. These attacks, which I considered gratuitous, are in fact nothing of the sort and have as much sense as the removal of the organs. Watson, we must now consult our timeline. We began in Dutfield's yard, but this time we will try to recreate the actions of certain people, in this case, those of the 2 policemen.
Okay. 1:30 a.m. Watkins enters the square.
1:30 a.m. P.C. Watkins didn't see the corpse while on his rounds. If P.C. Watkins did his rounds properly, and there is no reason to doubt this was the case, as he discovered the corpse a quarter of an hour later, the murder hadn't yet taken place, and there was no one in Mitre Square, unless they were hidden among the shadows.
Which is also
Enter
possible.
Mitre Square via Mitre Street, Watson, and stop and try to see me with the lantern. I will be where poor Edow's corpse was.
There we go. Okay. Well, we're supposed to go which way? Because, I mean, that's where the... Hold on. Does he have his lantern lit? Or does he need the lantern lit? You'd think the watchman would have the lantern, so... I mean, we definitely see him with the lantern lit. Enter the square via street and stop and try to see me with the lantern. Yeah. Is this the Mitre Street? This is Mitre Street, because that one's... Mitre Street's this way. Right, so we...
I have no reason to go that way.
Well, I didn't know how far back we needed to go, but we're supposed to go up here and enter the square. I clearly see you with the lantern lit. Should I go up to you?
I see you, Holmes.
There we go.
Perfect, Watson. Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
Okay. So the murder couldn't... Yeah, the murder hadn't taken place at 1:30. It couldn't have.
Very good, Watson. Thus we can categorically state that the murder had not yet occurred at 1:30.
Mm-hmm.
One 1:35 a.m. A man and a woman are arguing at the entrance of Church Passage. The man came from Aldgate. 1:42 a.m. PC Harvey arrives in Mitre Square. It should be noted, Watson, that the constable didn't enter Mitre Square. He could not have seen the corpse lying on the ground. But would he have been able to see a man sitting or standing? Go to the Church Passage entrance, then come back and try to see me while holding your lantern. I will stay at the spot where the victim was discovered.
Okay. Alright, Church Passage. So this... I think this is it. We'll turn around until he, we'll turn around when he says to, no need to go that way. Oh, he's already got us set up here. So I do not see anyone over here. Where's he wanting me to go? Didn't enter Mitre Square. See a man sitting, go to the Church Passage, then come back and try to see me while holding the lantern. Well, this is definitely the Church Passage. I mean...
I see you, Holmes.
Yeah, he's there.
Proceed into the square in order to see me, something Harvey didn't do. It is possible that the killer was still there.
Possible.
1:42 a.m. PC Harvey arrives at Mitre Square, but does not go in. The murderer may well have still been there.
Okay.
1:44 a.m. The body is discovered. Let's put the murder of poor Eddowes on the timeline, Watson.
Okay.
(1:35 and 1:42 a.m. The murder would appear to have taken place between these times, that is to say, within 7 minutes.
Agreed, Holmes. But does this really prove that our killer had the time to perpetrate these 2 murders?
Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
20 minutes to go from Dutfields to Mitre Square. Let's say 1
There,
a.m.
Watson.
Yeah.
We are now certain that the murderer really had the time to commit these 2 murders.
Incredible!
Let's look at our deduction board, Watson.
Okay. And his cheeks slashed to become thinner. Nose was cut. Kidney and uterus removed. Liver and lungs underwent small incisions. Definitely new anatomy. Thimble is found right beside the victim's hand. She held a thimble. Items are meant for a woman. Before the murder. Items belong to the victim. There we go. And what do we got here? Central incision goes from the sternum downwards to the groin. Surgical manner. Opened like an animal. Was cut random. It was cut like an animal. Piece of the apron is cut out. We still have to get that. The items at the victim's feet are very orderly. The killer likes order? No? Unfeeling, organized. The wound to the neck goes from the right and slightly oblique and descending. From the right. Fierce and instantaneous. I can never understand how they are talking about the facings on this, which makes it difficult to tell whether when they ask like the right left hand thing. Okay. The right slightly oblique and descending. That's kind of like the one for stride. There. Died the same way as stride. Let's see. Maybe the same.
This spot is making me nauseous. Can we not head back, Holmes?
We certainly can't, Watson. We have one final point to address. Do you remember the piece of white apron that was missing just now? It was found just a few steps away from here, at the entrance of a building. That's where we must go.
Heavy heart, I announced retirement of the best gate, worst gate at Washington's National Airport, 35X. Who am I getting? Good riddance. The best worst gate. Who am I kidding? There we go. I was going to say, who am I getting? What? Who am I kidding? Good riddance. Oh, yeah? All done, huh? Imperial Club, Goulston
Let's
Street.
go.
Let's go to Goulston. Or is it Galston?
There's the spot, Watson. By night, Goulston Street
Goulston.
is deathly silent, which will permit us to carry out a fair few experiments. Let's find the entrance where the piece of the victim's apron and the mysterious chalk message were found.
Last flight left a bit ago. New concourse opens up tomorrow. Alright, we gotta find a chalk message. Well.
Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street.
Yep.
Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street. Nothing of interest here.
Yeah, I know. The Jewish High Street. Got it.
I have no reason to go that way.
Thought it was interesting that it was open, that's all. Too bad I wasn't allowed to just wander up there. Game, let me wander sometimes. I just like to wander. Alright, look for that chalk message.
Nothing of interest here. Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street.
Yeah, no. But where's the chalk message?
Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street. Nothing of interest
Said
here.
it was on a workbench. The scrap of cloth.
I have no reason to go that way.
Be in a little dark corner somewhere, maybe? That's why Watson's got the lamp out. Chalk message on any of these?
Look at these signs.
Same thing.
Watson.
High
We
Street,
are in the
yes.
Jewish High Street.
No kidding. You get to go through the concourse on May 6th. Nice. Where's this chalk message at? By the entrance where the piece of the victim's apron mysterious chalk message was found. A few steps away at the entrance of a building. What building do they want me to enter then?
Nothing of interest here.
Oh, maybe there's another one over here they want me to enter. Haha, this
There's
one.
the spot where the apron and the message were found by PC Long. Now, let's recreate the scene. Remember, Watson, it was raining that night. Find me something with which to mimic raindrops hitting this wall while I write something with my chalk.
The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. But what does it mean?
Alright, we gotta find something
Have you found something for us to pour water from, Watson?
Find a container and some water. Let me remind you that it's nighttime and the street is deserted, Holmes.
Alright, well, I already know where the container for the water is. I saw a sprinkling can. And I also saw a hook. They're going to tell me it's too tall, too high.
A watering can. That's what I need. But I can't reach it.
Right. I saw a hook.
That may come in handy. Who knows? A watering can. That's what I need. But I can't reach it.
Really? I've got the hook. Can I...
A watering can. That's what I need. But I can't reach it.
How about a pole?
An old wooden pole. A merchant probably threw it out.
2 wooden poles. Do I need to find a way to connect them? Probably need some rope or something now.
A watering can. That's what I need. But I can't reach it.
Okay, I gotta find something to connect these with. Oh, what do we have? Ah. There we go.
A watering can.
Well,
that's what I need, but I can't reach it.
Okay, well, we moved the box to get us a little closer. There we go.
That may come in handy. Who knows?
Now we can do it. All right, we got a watering can. Now we got to find some water.
I have no reason to go that way.
A barrel. You ready for this, guys? What do you think's in here? Take your guesses. 3, 2, 1.
Water.
There we go.
Have you found something for us to pour water from, Watson?
Nope. It's only right here.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Alright.
If this message were written by the killer, then it would have been lying in this entrance for up to 35 minutes before being discovered. Let's find out in what state it must have been.
Sprinkle a little rain water.
This message could not have withstood an entire night in the rain.
So it was written
During
much
the
later.
investigations carried out on the night of the double murder, PC Hulse inspected the entrances of this street around 2:20 a.m. and confirmed to have seen nothing out of the ordinary. At 2:55 a.m., 35 minutes later, PC Long found Catherine Edow's piece of apron and the message in chalk. This message would not have withstood a whole night in the rain, as had I continued to water it for a little longer, I would certainly have erased it. It was written, therefore, at the moment when the piece of apron was dumped. This substantiates PC Hulse's statement, which stated he had seen neither of these during his rounds. After its discovery, it was guarded and protected from the rain, which was subsiding, which explains why it was still legible when it was erased at 5:30. My dear Watson, when you met PC Smith on his rounds in the street, where was he? On the pavement or in the middle of the road?
In the middle of the road, Holmes, without a shadow of a doubt.
Good. You will go down the street with your lantern as if you were a policeman on patrol, using Smith's position as a guide. As soon as you see the entrance where I used the watering can, tell me if you see anything.
Okay. We're going to go down the middle of the street with our lantern. I mean, I assume he wants me to talk to
There,
him.
Holmes.
There.
From here, I can see something written.
Can you read it?
No.
Do you see the white rag, Watson?
I see something on the ground.
but I'm not sure if it's what you were talking about.
PC Long, who found the piece of apron, was examining the interior of the entrances, and yet nobody would have predicted that this piece of material would be discovered on the very night of the murder by a policeman on patrol.
What are you trying to get at, Holmes?
Let's look at this message on the wall, Watson. The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. In other words, the Jews were possibly blamed for nothing, but that will no longer be the case. Reading this message naturally begs one question. What would that be, Watson?
Why?
Indeed, Watson, why? For what reason would one have the right to blame the Jews in the future? Remember, Lestrade was killed near a club for socialist Jews, Edaus not far from a synagogue and the Imperial Club, and finally, this piece of apron dropped here. This building is occupied by Jewish families. The killer really did go out of his way to incriminate the Jews living in the area.
Yeah, really.
It's a bit obvious, Holmes.
Yes, but with the rumors, Watson, the author of this message would have received a response to his strategy.
You are right, Holmes. So perhaps it's a good thing this message was erased.
Whoever took the decision to do this is a man of great wisdom and courage. Let's return to Baker Street, Watson. I have some pipes to smoke to help me think more clearly.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home, sweet home. I had nightmares all night, Holmes. As for you, I bet you didn't get a wink of sleep, did you? It's this chalk message business, isn't it?
Among other things.
It's up all night smoking.
Is still running free. If only we knew what he looked like.
But we do know, Watson. We have a fairly accurate description.
I must have missed an episode of your adventures, Holmes. Not only have I heard you discredit the value of our eyewitnesses, but the few descriptions we do have don't seem to correspond.
An inaccurate account can regain its value if we can discover why and to what extent the truth must be rewritten. We've learned a great many things tonight, and I'm able to tell you what our man looks like.
Really?
Yes, and we're going to need a few things, Watson. Find me 3 mannequins, my worker's costume, my 3 full wigs, one of your worn garments, yes, that can be used for the workman's outfit, and one of your old suits. Oh, and my deer stalker, the one I never wear, but everyone seems to think I wear day and night.
Right. Alright, we got a lot to collect. Well, there's that. Probably got to go inside the rooms to get most of the other stuff, because it's going to be, there we go, the wardrobe. Some mannequins. There. Alright. Wonder how he's carrying all those mannequins and stuff. Seems like a lot.
A wig. This will come in handy.
Say that inventory's got to be getting full. Let's see, I need a couple of things. All right. That's not everything. We need a third. There we go. Yoink. I feel like I'm missing one suit. Maybe I miscounted. Let's ring a bull strength again, yeah.
The profile of the men seen by our 3 witnesses.
Try to recreate the profiles. Just lugging around, you know, many mannequins.
So, as for one of the murders, we have no witnesses whatsoever. As for the 3 other, we have at least one person who claims to have seen the victims talking to a man a few minutes before their death. Do you remember whom these would be, Watson?
Oh, jeez. I don't remember. Apply the height, the age, and the clothing to the mannequins. Brassel, hello! Basing yourself on the 3 correct witnesses. We're going to have to grab our 3 witnesses, but we can do this. Can I not click? I was going to say. Yeah, I need my proofs. Okay. Let me go back. Okay, so we're starting with the murderer? Looks like it. Believe they said he was like 5'7". Let me go find the testimony. Here we go. 30 years old, 5'7", light complexion, fair mustache, loose dark jacket, a gray cap, and a red scarf. Red scarf. Is this the one who they're talking about? 30 years old, 5'7", light complexion, fair mustache, loose dark jacket, gray cap, red scarf. That's definitely one of them.
There is an error, Watson. Let's reread Abraham's testimony.
Oh? Well, it didn't finish everything. About 30 years old. Had a light mustache, a gray cap, right? How do I... Assuming that's who they're talking about. 30 years old, 5'7", light complexion, fair mustache, loose dark jacket, gray cap, red scarf around the neck. Fair mustache, loose dark jacket, gray cap. Well, there's a gray cap. There. A loose dark jacket. That might be it. Let me try this one. That looks more like a loose dark jacket, but they both kind of. And a fair mustache. That seems right. Let's go try another witness. Okay. Let's see if Constable has anything. Here. That might be it. Short black outfit, small felt hat, cap and a dark collar, and a white collar. Carrying a packet. That could be it. 5'8". That's got to be one of them. Okay. So, it said he was definitely under 30. In fact, he even had him placed at somewhere around like 26. (5'8" at the very most. Dark brown mustache. wearing a short black outfit, small felt hat, dark color. Short black outfit. Not sure if that's right, maybe. And is it a dark cap?
There we are. Magnificent.
Okay, we got that one right. What's wrong about this one, then?
There is an error, Watson. Let's reread Abraham's testimony.
Reread Abraham's testimony. "30 years old, 5'7", light complexion, fair mustache, loose dark jacket, a gray cap, red scarf." "30 years old, 5'7", light complexion, fair mustache, loose dark jacket, gray cap, and a red scarf. Well, I don't have a red scarf. By fair, I assumed he meant blonde. 5'7" is right. Loose dark jacket, gray cap, and a red scarf. The only thing I can imagine is that by fair they mean ginger as opposed to blonde. That's definitely a gray cap. I would honestly think that they meant blonde, though. Seems like something's wrong about this one. Let's go find another testimony. I don't think he had anything. What's the other? What's the other testimony? Bulling had a lot to say, but I don't think it was a testimony of somebody's descriptions. Done story time yet? No. No, we got another 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Why do you ask? Oh, you found a story. Ah. All right, we already got his testimony. Who's the other testimony then? I don't know who the third testimony is. This one isn't right either. And I don't know why it's not right. It should have been. I'm pretty sure it would have been that, but...
There is an error, Watson. Let's reread Abraham's testimony.
Did they maybe say the guy said 5'3"?
Perfect, Watson.
Okay.
Indeed, Watson, that's the right size for Abraham's mannequin. The account given by Mr. Solomonovich
one was 5'3"
in at least one point. The first Joseph said that the man was at least 5 foot 7 inches tall. The second Joseph said he was 3 inches taller than the victim, whom we know was 5 feet tall, which would suggest a height of 5 foot 3 inches. Don't forget that it was this second Joseph who attracted his friend's attention towards the couple on the other side of the road. We can assume he got a very good look at them.
Yeah, I'll grab it when it's story time. When it's story time. The way I said that, you guys may have thought I meant that it's story time at the moment. All right, who's our third testimony? We'll only have one cap left. Who's our third testimony? We already used this one. Is there a document, perhaps? Ah. Let's try that. Let's look in here. I forgot about this. Here. Wait. Let's see what we got. Now that's what the victims had. Here. That's another clothing from the victim. Okay. That can't be right. This is older stuff. Okay, what is the final piece that we need? I might look this up. I'm lost on this one. I don't know what the I don't know if we're missing a testimony. That's all old. Should be around here, but I don't know who. I didn't see another thing. I'm missing another description of the murderer. I'm gonna go see what I can find because something's definitely wrong. I'm not sure what document or testimony we're looking for, so give me a second. Let's see what I can find. Okay. We are at the October 7th and 8th. Let's see. Okay, we're done with all that. October 7th, here we go. Okay, we ended up getting this stuff's done. Let's see. God, this Mitre Square. Deduction of the murder. Simulate rain. We did all that. Okay. All right. What is our... In documents, testimony of E. Long. Okay, well, we do have something here. There we go. All right. 40 years old. 5'3". Deerstalker hat, dark coat, doubtful, general appearance, working class. Particular markings, dark hair and mustache, dark face. Okay. 40 years old, 5'3".
Bravo, Watson. There are our 3 witnesses. As for young P.C. Smith's account, he must have been mistaken about this person's real height. It is only an inch or 2 after all, and we can attribute the same height as the other 2.
About 40 years old.
Perfect, Watson.
There we go. Okay. Just a minute before we go back and get my window situated here. There we go. All right. Now, what about it?
Let's try to recreate the profile of the men seen by our 3 witnesses.
Did I not get them? I thought it says perfect. Oh, wait, there's something wrong about this one. Shorten it.
Bravo, Watson. Our mannequins have been recreated based on the correct accounts. Now, Watson, let's see in what ways these statements differ and how the witnesses could have been mistaken. Let's look at these wigs and moustaches. Let's start by taking the first Joseph's testimony, who saw the man head-on in a well-lit spot and in which he noted fair hair. Now, let's consider the same person, but in the lighting and angle of the other two witnesses, in the darkness of night, with poor artificial lighting from above. Put out the light, Watson. Thus, poor lighting and a backlit subject can affect our perception of shades and colors. The wigs from Abraham's mannequin took on the same color as the other two. The three testimonies, therefore, don't contradict one another, and we can apply the same facial hair to all three mannequins. Turn on the light, Watson.
Right, so we can go with the lighter? Is that what he's going on about? Because they're all the same color?
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Well done, Watson. With regards to the murderer's hair, the three witnesses should agree on Abraham's testimony. As Joseph is the only one who saw our man in full light, his hair must therefore be fair. You see, Watson, it is hard to draw objective conclusions when one is an eyewitness to an event. This leads us to reconsider the various statements regarding the supposed age of the man. Even if you are face to face with someone in full light and for a period of several hours, to what extent can you determine their exact age?
Good question.
And even more so if you observe them for only a few seconds and or from behind. We must allow some flexibility when considering our witnesses' statements, but always scientific flexibility.
Now what? We're going to try to guess their age? Uh-huh. Tolerance of years, 3 to 5. Seven to 10, 7 to 10. Well, if we assume 30 is the baseline, I have no idea what we're looking for here. I mean, I understand the question, but, like, it's still a little vague. We're looking for a number that's roughly 30 with a tolerance of 3 to 5 years. So maybe we mean here and then 25 to 35. That can't actually... Well, maybe they mean... I assume they mean within, by 3 to 5, they mean between totals here. What the heck do they mean? Does anybody else have any understanding of what's going on in this particular screen? Because I feel like we're taking stabs at the dark here. Like, I get what they're trying to get. The point they're trying to get to is, you know, the age. But what's, like, really, what's the difference between, like, say, 28 to 31 and, you know, 27 to 30? How is one right and one wrong? Right? I feel like somebody just made this one up. I'm just saying. I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it. You know what I'm going to do, though? We haven't in a while. Let's save. We have not saved in a while. There. And I've noticed what time it is, so maybe we'll just stop for a moment here. Take a break. This game's already spitting and stuttering with its volume. You hear that? It's already crackling. Usually that doesn't happen for like another hour, hour and a half. I don't know what's with this game. After a while, it starts doing that, and the audio just gets weird. Yeah, actually, that literally just started 2 minutes ago, Kiba. I didn't want to post it earlier because it actually wasn't ready until... Yeah, there we go. So, I literally just jiggled the cord at the back by the plug. Yeah, I don't know what's causing that. It's either a bad cord or, who knows, maybe even the motherboard itself. Yeah. I'm not sure yet. I've been having this problem off and on. Okay. So that's fun. I love more things going wrong. I definitely love that. Anyway, thank you, Kiba, for posting the link. More problems, yay! Just what we wanted. Anyway. Story time. Yes. We'll do it again since the mic cut out. Story time. Bam. There you go. Alright. Oh, Brassel's got a story I need to grab from Discord. Let me go get that. There we go. Oh, yeah! I saw this. I didn't see this particular article, but we'll bring it up. I thought we'd probably talk about it. We'll probably talk about it on Wednesday as well. But yes. Okay. Let's start with the story I had for tonight. So remember I told you guys, might have been actually just recently. I think it might have been Friday night. The guys that what was it? They defrauded Lowe's for like $450,000. Well, over in Australia, we had a couple that defrauded $270,000. Husband and wife defrauded Bunnings out of $270,000. Couple spent up big on a lavish lifestyle. Sorry, just making sure my mic was still working because, yeah, more problems. Anyway, lavish lifestyle included a sprawling rural mansion and show horses after defrauding Bunnings out of $270,000, court has heard. Andrew Alasdair Ryan, Tanya Leonard, appeared before Brisbane District Court last Wednesday, where they were convicted of fraud, stealing, and possessing a horse purchased with proceeds of crime after pleading guilty, Courier Mail reported. The court heard Ryan, 47, and his now ex-wife Leonard, 41, ran a scheme where products would be stolen from Bunnings then returned for a cash refund or sold on to friends and through online sites, such as Gumtree. Ryan spearheaded the sophisticated operation, quotes on sophisticated, between 2016 and 2018. Crown prosecutor Shauna Fairley told the court that Ryan would use a receipt from items he purchased from Bunnings to steal identical products from a number of other stores. Leonard became involved in the fraud in 2018, where she would collect Ryan from Bunnings using a car that had fake number plates attached, while also making false returns to the hardware store, the court heard. $270,000 the couple defrauded Bunnings out of was comprised of $215,000 worth of goods, which were then on-sold, false returns worth $25,000, and $20,000 in items seized from their home. The couple also defrauded 2 friends out of $25,000. They went on to spend the stolen money on rental property in Tambourine and a show horse called Daisy Lane Huntsman for their 2 daughters, which was worth $50,000. The money was spent on a lavish lifestyle. Family had a holiday to America within the period of offending. They had purchases for clothing. They lived on a rented, sprawling mansion on acreage with horses and horse riding activities, Ms. Fairley told the court. She said the couple's offending was prolific enough to be the source of income for the family. But the couple's operation fell apart when police raided their property November 2018 and uncovered 137 items suspected of being from Bunnings. Judge Vicky Lowry, QC, told court Ryan's motivation was to fund the lifestyle that you and your wife enjoyed. Ryan was also convicted of dishonestly gaining property for himself and others worth more than $100,000, sentenced to 5 years, 7 months in prison, eligible for parole from Wednesday. Leonard was ordered to perform 150 hours of unpaid community service, handed a 2-year suspended sentence. And over there, Bunnings is their large hardware, so kind of like Lowe's in the States. Apparently that's some kind of a new trend. It's not working well because they're getting caught. But yes, rip off the major hardware outlets and get caught. $270,000 for what was it? $450,000, I think, from the Lowe's. The three guys that did the same, similar to Lowe's. The only difference was I don't know if they were living lavishly. That was not mentioned, but yeah, kind of weird. Very similar things happening at the same time. Kiba has a story for us. This is kind of a strange one. So I don't know if you guys heard about that FedEx shooter, but apparently very fond, obsessed, you could say, with My Little Pony. This is from the New York Post. The man who shot up Indianapolis FedEx facility killed 8 people, reportedly part of a bizarre internet subculture obsessed with My Little Pony. Posts on 19-year-old Brandon Hull's since taken down Facebook page appear to indicate he is a member of the Bronies community, a group of mostly adult men who are extreme fans of the toys and animated TV show, Wall Street Journal reports. Some members are sexually attracted to the characters, while the group also has allegedly displayed far-right tendencies. What? Hope that I can be with Applejack in the afterlife. This is a post. My life has no meaning without her, Hull wrote on his Facebook page 10:19 p.m. Thursday, less than an hour before his rampage began, the outlet reported. The post included a photo of Applejack, the blonde pony that is one of the main characters of the show. Right? How bizarre. The name Brony mashup, for those of you who have never heard of it, I don't know what you're doing on the internet because people have talked about it off and on. But Bro and Pony mashup group has a history of extremist tendencies, the outlet said, citing an internal Facebook memo they reviewed that detailed the post. Brony online culture has displayed elements of far-right and white nationalist extremism, the memo stated. I would have... that's a strange claim. I mean, I don't know. Not part of the Brony community, but Really? They're also white nationalists? Okay. Facebook stopped short of saying Hull's pony love had anything to do with the shooting, writing in the memo there's no clear evidence that it motivated the massacre. Hull, a former employee of FedEx, opened fire in the facility before turning the gun on himself. And his motives remain unclear. But apparently he was a brony? I'm not sure if that has anything to do with him. I mean, they obviously said that they don't know either. But I guess strange factoid. And apparently the brony culture is white nationalist extremists? What comic book world are we living in? You know, I would have to. I wish I knew a brony now, so I could ask them, because that seems really strange. I mean, the whole brony thing is a little odd to begin with, but I'm not here to shame anyone. But still, why would you mix your obsession with animated horses with white nationalist extremism? Doesn't sound like a chocolate peanut butter combination to me. I'm just saying. That seems like that seems kind of weird. That seems really strange. And I'm starting to doubt it because, well, we know the media likes to inflate things a little bit. But yes, supposedly the killer was a brony. Well, no, the killer definitely was a brony, but it had nothing to do with, probably had nothing to do with the FedEx shooting. How bizarre. Okay. I feel like they needed something to write that day. Slow news day, and they're like, what can we find on the kid? He's 19 years old. He's not very old. What can we find on him? Well, he likes My Little Pony. Haha! There's an article. Go. I can almost see the editor's office like, and you know, like a J. Jonah Jameson kind of character. And make sure to call them like white nationalists or something. I don't know. I feel like that's really weird. Like, I don't know how true any of that is, other than because there was a post directly from the shooter. The only thing I can actually say without a doubt is, yeah, he's probably was a brony. But like all the rest of it of that article might be complete bullshit. I don't know any better than you do, and quite honestly, I don't like trusting media articles anymore. I'm really starting to get the vibe that we're being bullshitted a lot, or in this case, pony shitted. Anyway, slow news day. Obviously, they wanted to find a way to talk about the killer. Anyway, let's see. Let's go with Brassel had a story, which we'll cover that one right here, which is, whoops, hold on a minute. Uh-oh. Hold on, we're having some problems. Hold on. Okay. I hit the wrong thing. I hit the wrong thing and wanted to go back to the game, and everything was freaking out for a minute. I think we're fine. I'm hoping we're not going to have more issues, but we're probably going to have more issues. Anyway, Bressel's got a story from GeekWire here. If you guys haven't heard, we're definitely going to talk about this again Wednesday, but Amazon cancels their Lord of the Rings MMO in latest hiccup for the company's gaming ambitions. They've sent its free-to-play Lord of the Rings game off to the Undying Lands. Not Lotro, but that's something else. This is an Amazon game that was coming. News broke over the weekend via report in Bloomberg. Amazon quietly pulled the plug on its Lord of the Rings MMO, which it has been attached to since July 2019 as co-developer and publisher. The abrupt cancellation apparently due to an unspecified dispute between Amazon and Chinese technology conglomerate Tencent, which acquired Amazon's previous development partner Liu in December of last year. We reached out to Amazon for comment. While this isn't necessarily a black eye for Amazon, sometimes deals fall through, it's another well-publicized setback for its efforts to break into the video game industry. It's also recently had to delay the launch of its open-world MMO New World by several months. Last year it delaunched, and subsequently canceled AAA hero shooter Crucible. According to a deep dive into Amazon Game Studios from Bloomberg in January, Amazon has been spending almost $500 million a year on internal video game development. Mismanagement and misunderstanding have kept it from establishing a foothold in the games industry. This hasn't kept Amazon from continuing its efforts, however. Last month it opened a new studio in Montreal, headed up by several lead developers from Ubisoft's Rainbow Six franchise. It's intended to focus on multiplayer games. To avoid confusion, canceling the MMO does not affect Amazon's forthcoming Lord of the Rings TV series. Prequel to the novels and films, it's said to be the largest TV series ever made. This also has nothing to do with the Lord of the Rings Online, which has been running since 2007, currently published by Daybreak Games in San Diego. Amazon's unnamed LOTR, MMO, not LOTRO, Lord of the Rings, was initially announced September 2018 by Hong Kong-based Leyou Technologies, its newly founded American subsidiary Athlon Games. Like the Amazon TV series, the MMO was said to be set well before the events of Lord of the Rings, exploring lands, people, and creatures never seen before by fans of the Tolkien universe. By comparison, LOTRO is set during the War of the Ring, players explicitly supporting the men, elves, and dwarves in their fight against Sauron's forces. LOTRO has since moved on to new adventures set in post-war Middle-earth, as well as a new expansion planned to arrive later this year. Amazon later came aboard the new project, the MMO project, as a development partner with Athlon and Leyou. The deal would have seen Amazon publish the MMO worldwide, while Leyou published it in China and Taiwan. That deal didn't survive Leyou's acquisition by Tencent for reasons that have yet to be disclosed. So, what's important about this story, I think the most important part, is that as I first understood it, and I'm trying to re-understand this, they're saying Amazon cancels it. So, Amazon canceled it due to an unspecified dispute between Amazon and Tencent, which recently acquired their development partner. So I'm not exactly certain. I was going to say that wouldn't mean the end of the game, because for the way it sounded at first, it sounded like Leyou still may have had some kind of right to it, and Amazon wanted to back out, so maybe we'd see Tencent publish it. But it sounds like that's not the case. Amazon has the rights, apparently, because, well, they have the TV series, too. I'm not sure why they would cancel the game. It would set them back a bit to have to get a new partner, or they could manage it themselves. I mean, it's Amazon, literally one of the richest corporations on Earth. But whatever, okay. I'm not sure why you cancel because you had a falling out with one of your development partners. But whatever, sure. I do find it interesting that it had something to do with Tencent. And that's an undisclosed dispute. That's probably the juicier story. What was the dispute? What happened? To me, that's the real story. The story we probably will never get to know. But apparently something happened between Tencent and Amazon. Feel free to speculate, because that's all we're going to be able to get out of it. The end result is the Lord of the Rings MMO. Amazon was going to push out alongside its TV show is not happening. At least the TV show's still happening, I guess. Makes you wonder what happened to all the work that they were doing in the meantime. Is that all sitting in Tencent's office? There's a really good question. What happens to all the work that was done on the game so far? Who owns that? Does Leyu own that? Then by that stretch, Tencent? Does Amazon own that? Do they have to give it back to Amazon? I don't know. To me, that's the more interesting story. Is it just going to get thrown on the scrap heap? Never get used. I highly doubt that. Typically, work doesn't... I mean, even if they can't use like some of the detailed stuff, like the actual models and textures, the game mechanics and the code would be reused somewhere else. That's an interesting, very interesting situation, and I do not know what's going on with that. But that happened, and yeah. What else do we got? The Florida Man story. We're finally at the Florida Man story for the night. High 15 TD brings us from CBS Local, CBS 4 Miami. It has a video, which I'm not watching, but it says, see it, Ferris wheel operator beaten by crowd after attacking woman getting off ride in Opelika. Cell phone video of a fight on a Ferris wheel captured brutal punches and kicks between a carnival employee and an angry crowd. And now Opelika police say they are ready to make an arrest. Video is taken Saturday, April 17th at the Opelika Hialeah Flea Market Carnival. Video shows a woman with 2 young children exiting the ride when there was a verbal altercation. Suddenly, the Ferris wheel operator shoved the woman, which caused one of the toddlers to fall to the platform. The two started throwing punches. Several people jumped the gate and attacked the operator in defense of the woman. Oh, Florida Man, what have you done? The Ferris wheel operator even started to fight with another employee who tried to intervene. What? Just kept going. Well, it's Florida Man, of course. Why wouldn't he? The brawl continued. The angry operator even restarted the Ferris wheel with riders on board. Eventually, the ride was stopped and off-duty police officers working the carnival were called. Unable to locate the victim immediately, detectives were able to identify her several hours later. Our detectives have interviewed and secured a written statement from the victim. Probable cause exists to arrest the carnival employee depicted in the video, said the police. The Opelika Police Department does not tolerate criminal acts of violence. Will prosecute those individuals to the fullest extent of the law. Yeah, Florida Man level achieved. I'm telling you. Yeah. Who knows what the argument was about, but like, woman had toddlers with her, and he's willing to shove her to the point that knocked one of the toddlers over. Oh my goodness, Florida Man. And then fought with another employee who helped try break up the fight because... Why? I think you know why. Because Florida Man. Oh, Florida Man. Oh, Florida Man. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Damn, son. All right, then. Well, good. Actually, bad job, Florida Man. I remember the what was it, The Simpsons, that had the episode about the carnies. It's like, not only is it Florida Man, it's Carney Florida Man. So you know stuff's gonna get juicy. It sure did. Crazy, crazy stuff. Anyway, I think that is enough for our story time for tonight. I am going to... Yeah, there you go. Good job entertaining us. Bad job following the law. That would be Florida Man in a nutshell. Right there. amusing to read about, but definitely disappointing. Just in a, general way. Kiba was a Florida man. You were from... No, wait. You can be in Florida. You can be from Florida. That doesn't necessarily make you a Florida man. Were you arrested for doing something horrible? Were you stealing cars, police cars, while naked? Born there. You can be born in Florida and still not be Florida man. Heck, you don't even need to be in Florida to be Florida man. We've discovered that Florida man is it's more of a state of mind or state of lack of mind. Another that doesn't make you Florida man. I probably wouldn't run around, like bragging that you were Florida man. That's probably not too many people's gonna consider that a good thing. You might want to just keep that on the DL. They're gonna be like, "Oh, you're the one that went streaking at the Super Bowl." No, not me. You're the one that left those dogs in the cages, Yeah. Capture wild hogs on people's properties. Now there's this interesting story. That was it. Oh, okay. The police weren't called, were they? Yes, he's illegally capturing these wild hogs. I'd like him arrested. That doesn't make a lot of sense. That's probably not right. Anyway, I'll be back in a little bit. Hopefully everything continues to work. We've had frame drops. We've had mic issues. We've had sound issues from the game early. They pay you for it. Okay. Very nice. Well, I figured you'd just take the wild hog to the butcher and sell its head to Sherlock Holmes or something. The rest you keep for yourself, man. It's barbecue time. Anyway, I'll be back in a bit. Okay, I am back. And I just read something. What was this here? They paid you. We fattened them up. Sold them $100 a hog. Nice. Kiba was literally living high off the hog. That's kind of an interesting... That is kind of, like, legit... That's kind of an interesting, I don't know what you would call that. Side hustle? I don't know. How many hogs did you ever have at any one time? Just, like, one or two? Did you just, like, have a big, like, pen or something that you would... I feel like if it would come to wild hogs... You probably wouldn't want the, like, more than a couple, and you probably would want them separated. Because it's not like they're domesticated. Literally talking about wild hogs. That's probably... I can't imagine them even wanting to be together. The same area. Probably have to keep them separated. Hi says Yoke Throttle Quadrant may beat you home. Using them a lot in the first couple days back. Nice. Heck yeah. Kind of interested in hearing about the hog thing now. And it sounds like something, well, I mean, it was more than a one-time thing. It's like something you were be doing, huh? Considering they shipped today UPS ground from Tallahassee. Oh yeah, they'll definitely make it before you do. All right, well, I guess we're gonna get back to Sherlock Holmes, Jack the Ripper, and hope everything works well. Because we've been having a lot of weird issues tonight. Gonna hope that they all just stop. And let everything just run as intended. Game, please. Alright, oh, before we do that, I am going to look up this age thing. Because it doesn't really make any sense. Based on the tolerance of years. Okay, I've got a number thing here now. Okay, there. Alright, let's get back to the game. If the game... Doesn't the game have music? Oh. There we go. I always thought the game had music, like, continually playing on the main screen. Whatever. That kind of scared me. I was like, oh, did we ruin that now, too, somehow? Okay. So... They have 25, so I'm reading this off of a list. And I'm trying to see if I can understand the logic behind it. So it says for 30, it starts with 25, 35. Then it's 26, 34. Does it literally just keep squeezing the numbers? And then 27, 33.
Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
I don't really understand. For the 26, it has 1636. 1735. Yeah, it's just literally squeezing the numbers. It's like pushing that one in. And then from 36, it's 35. And then it's 18. I don't understand what the point of this was. And then what? 1730? No, sorry, 1933. Okay.
There we are. Magnificent.
Sure, if you say so, Holmes. And then this starts at 30.50, and then likewise just gets squeezed. I don't know how you're supposed to, like, really figure that out until you see, like, once you figure one out, I guess you do the same to the others, and you're probably good, but, like, what's the logic behind it, other than the developer made it that way, and you have to figure out what they were intending?
There we are. Magnificent.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Now that we have fully considered the witness accounts, let's see to what extent they agree. If we apply the range of error for each of our dummies, we can deduce the age of our murderer as precisely as possible.
Oh boy. Determine the age of the murderer thanks to the age range and apply it to the mannequins. Well, I guess we would go by what numbers they have in common. I mean, I could look it up again, but what number do they all have in common? So, well, they do all have 30 in common, right? No, they don't. I was going to say with 16 to 36, but I don't literally see the number 30 anywhere. So they have 35. 35. No. They have 33. Is that what they want? That number shows up. 30. What about 34? No. I'm going to assume 33. Do I have to have them all the same?
Perfect, Watson.
33. They all had 33.
Watson, the age of our murderer is 33 years.
But the man described by Smith was dressed respectably, whereas the other two were poorly dressed.
Indeed, but Whitechapel's respectively could quite easily describe the Sunday bests that all lower-class men own. Now, let's place ourselves in the shoes of Liz Stride's killer. He has just slain his victim and sees Louis Diemschutz discover her body. Our killer is at great risk if he stays in the area. He therefore gets away from this spot. But he wants to kill again. However, he might have been spotted in the area before having committed the murder by a constable on his round, perhaps, who managed to get his description. What do you think the killer will do?
What would Jack do after committing the first murder and before committing the second? So we get to choose two different things. Well, I mean, flee and wait a moment before searching for another victim. Or flee and change. Guess he may have had time. Wait a while on the premises. After committing the first, but before committing the second. Return home or to a safe location. And maybe change.
Go back home or to a safe location, change his clothes and leave again in search of another victim.
Seems possible.
It's the only possible explanation, Watson. The man returned to the safety of his lodgings and then decided to go out again with new clothes and repeat his sinister nocturnal work. That's how the discrepancies between the witnesses with regards to clothing can be explained.
What a cold-blooded animal.
And what determination! Powerful motives are pushing this man. Thus, we can conclude that the respectable man with the package may very well have been seen by the two Josephs.
Even if it is just a mannequin, it's giving me goosebumps. But have we really made any progress, Holmes? I mean, there must be thousands of men in Whitechapel who match this description, wouldn't you say?
You're right, Watson. We have worked on who, now let's work on where. We need a map of Whitechapel, and please also find me a pencil, 2 compasses, one of which can draw ellipses.
Okay. And the mannequins have... Oh, well, he kept 1. Okay. So we need a bunch of stuff. Some compasses, a pencil. Does this count as a map? I don't know what our map of Whitechapel... I assume we already kind of have one. Yoink. Wait, is that literally everything in one? Pencil and 2 compasses. What about our map of Whitechapel?
I am in need of something.
Okay.
First of all, let's place our
There we
4
go.
murders on this map, as well as the spot where the graffito appeared, and the piece of apron was dropped.
Oh boy. Annie Chapman. Do I have any idea where what was what? I gotta have to look this all up now. Oh my god. Okay. Mitre Square. Hanbury. Bucks Row. Who was the first one? We're gonna have to go back and look at this. Let's see what they say. Place graffiti on the map. Place the 4 murders on the map. Yeah. So who was where? Well, Bucks Row was the first one. Bucks Row was the first murder. The first murder was it Annie? Or was it Polly? We need to go look at our stuff. Okay. You guys remember who was first? I don't remember what order it was. I want to say it was Polly, but I don't remember now. Polly was Bucks Row. Okay. And then Annie I think was Hanbury. And then you've got Edo's was the last one? Which one was which now? Was it Stride? Is that right? They let me place it. It doesn't mean I'm... Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. It means I could be placing it wrongly. Okay. Liz was in Dutfield's yard. Was that Goulston Street? What do we got here? Oh, sorry. Liz, Dutfield's yard. And then Catherine at Mitre Square. And the graffiti was placed at
Perfect,
Goulston.
Watson. Let's connect each crime scene to the one out of the others that is the furthest.
Wait, what? What did I miss there? Join each murder location to the one that is furthest. Each murder location. I guess we grab our line. That is furthest. I can't seem to... Everything I can... The only thing I can grab is the eraser and the pencil. That's definitely the furthest. It looks like... This one is further. And then this one... Could be there. That one looks furthest. This one might be. I think it's this one. I got a feeling that's wrong. Join each murder location to the one that is furthest. Well, the furthest from here is... Maybe they want me to include that. Still feel like this one's the furthest. Maybe they want this one included as well. I don't understand. Are those not the furthest from each other? Apparently that's wrong. Join each murder location to the one that is furthest. Do they want me to just make a cross? Like this?
You see, Watson,
I guess.
the murders aren't grouped together, but seem to be spread out like cardinal points around a central zone. The killer obviously wanted to avoid returning to the previous scenes of his crimes, assuming that they would be more closely watched, or that he could be recognized.
So, the killer lives at the center of this cross?
In the vicinity, most certainly, but how near? We cannot afford to get it wrong. If you concentrate, Watson, you will notice that the murders are roughly equidistant from the intersection point of the diagonals. Let's focus on the night of the double murder. Remember, Watson, it took us 20 minutes to get from Dutfield's yard to Mitre Square. Let's draw a line from one to the other.
Okay.
Perfect. We didn't make the trip as the crow flies, but that would not harm our estimate. Let's suppose the killer left Dutfield's yard at 1 a.m. and arrived in Mitre Square at 1:35 a.m. when he was seen by the two Josephs. If he took 5 minutes to change his clothes, that leaves a range of 10 minutes to determine where this man's lodgings are. We must determine the area in which one can go from Dutfield's yard to Mitre Square in less than half an hour. To do this, let's draw an ellipsis. The length between Dutfield's Yard and Mitre Square corresponds to 20 minutes. By adding half, we get a distance of 30 minutes. By taking the two right segments, each starting from the two murder scenes, and which the sum of the lengths makes 30 minutes, we get our ellipses.
Oh boy. So, say that again because I'm not good at geometry. Place an ellipse which can go from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square in less than half an hour. Apparently that's wrong. You mean somewhere in between? That's what he means. Do I have to be exact? Is that incorrect? I don't know what they're looking for. To me, that would seem to make the most sense. Maybe they want something bigger than that? I mean, the idea is you somewhere in between. Okay, I don't know what they're looking for. It would have to be something like that, wouldn't it? Oh yeah, it totally is. Hold on. Click the pencil, make the line. Yeah, Eddowes, right? Connect Elizabeth and Annie. Right, green cross. Draw a green line connecting Mitre Square and Dutfield's Yard. Using the compass, draw an ellipsis that covers Mitre Square. Oh. Click the wood compass at the center of the green line. What? Okay, so apparently there's stuff I'm not understanding here, but that's fine. Okay. They say draw a circle, or an ellipse, I should say, covers Mitre Square and Dutfield's Yard. Like so. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to get an understanding of what they're doing here. And then what? I'm getting a yellow ellipsis. Hold on. Am I doing it wrong? I'm probably doing it wrong. They say using the compass, draw an ellipsis that covers Mitre Square and Dutfield's Yard. Then it says click the wood compass at the center of the green line connecting Mitre Square. Extend the line to have two places at the ends, yellow ellipsis. Use the metal compass on Goulston Street and extend the red circle to cover Mitre Square. Look on the area that is covered by both. So we do this first. If I do it right. It's probably not good enough, but we'll... They're saying I should be able... They're saying I should be able to use this other thing. I don't know. I don't get it. Cover miter square. But I'm not getting a red circle. That's supposed to be a red circle. They're not allowing me to click that. That's wrong. I feel like I'm going to have to be like precise with this. Because something about this isn't correct. The instructions says I should be able to click the metal compass and draw a red circle. But I can't seem to draw the red circle. I'm getting there. This is super fiddly, apparently. Maybe I need to expand. Can I expand this picture? No, I cannot. Okay. Lovely. Yeah, the only thing I can click on is this. Well, the eraser. I can click on the eraser, but I don't need the eraser at the moment. Trace an ellipse in which we can go from Duckville's Yard to Mitre Square in less than half an hour. Is that not good enough? It looks pretty similar to what they've got on here. I'm not sure what's wrong with it. What happens if I hit the eraser? Oh, it just does that. What the fuck? I don't understand. And I can't even erase the line from there. Okay. And I can't use this compass. I can only use this thing. I can't use the pencil. I swear I'm doing exactly what they're asking me to do. Oh, that one's too far over. That's also probably too far over. Is there any way I can... Am I supposed to shrink it? I really do not understand what the problem is here. And I can't draw anything else. What the hell? What do I do? I'm literally looking at a walkthrough that is saying this is what you do, and I'm doing it, and it's not doing anything. Okay. I cannot erase literally anything else. So we're fine. If I mean, I've hit reset. Trace an ellipse. which we can go from Duckfield's yard. Maybe I gotta use the pencil after that? No? Is this broken? So something that I do notice is that, and I wonder if this is a problem, and that is that the screenshot is definitely a 4:3. Is this somehow... Is the game somehow broken because we're in a different aspect ratio? You wouldn't think that would be the case, but I'm not ruling anything out. I guess we're going to try to look something else up and see if we can find out some information about it. Because I'm literally looking at a walkthrough at the moment because I don't understand what I'm supposed to do. I'm doing exactly what it's saying to do, and it's not working. Because of course not. Because I don't know what to do at this point. I'm looking. Looking to see what I can do. Draw the green lines. Right. Draw some ellipses. Click in the middle of the third line. Move the cursor to draw the yellow ellipse on Dutfields and Mitre Square. Then click at the place of graffiti and move the cursor to reach Mitre Square. Finally, click on the area where they're two drawn. But I'm not getting a red thing. I don't know. We're going to try it. They're acting like it's super simple, and it works fine. Hold on, and we'll find out. I have done this, and it doesn't do anything. Because that should be a red circle. Maybe I need to click on... I'm clicking on the place where they meet, and that's not helping. Do I just have to click on a certain thing? I'm trying to find it. Yeah, I don't know. It's not as easy as the walkthroughs are making it out. I've looked at a couple of them. Is it a bug? I do not know. We're going to continue to look. Because I don't understand what the problem is. It could be a Steam. Maybe it's on the Steam forums? I don't know. I'm going to try map bug. I'm going to see if there's a bug. Aha, here we go. Let's see. Did the drawing just like this guy. Some reason the game doesn't accept my yellow ellipse. Made that ellipse a good 100 times. Game never accepted it. You can try to use the picture here. They can be a problem drawing ellipses on widescreen monitors. Had to search online to find this answer. Eventually it worked. Try drawing the ellipse about 3 streets past the right-hand point. A lot wider than the walkthroughs and videos show. And Holmes will approve it so you can move on to the compass. Try drawing the ellipse about 3 streets past the right-hand point. Oh, make it wider. Okay. Yeah, because all the walkthroughs are showing exactly marked between the 2 points. Okay, let's try that.
There we are, Watson. Our killer lives in this area.
It's still
Of
rather
course.
a vast area, Holmes.
Yes, indeed. And our goal is to reduce this area as much as we can. We must consider the fact that the murder at
Fucking
Mitre
believe it.
Square was committed under a certain amount of pressure, given that the killer knew he was wanted for the acts he committed not long before. We can assume that he had to do it in a safe zone, that is, an area not far from where he lives. This is especially true of an act such as the graffiti he carried out after 2 murders. Let's trace a
So
circle
literally
around this
following
point
the
with
directions
distance
is
separated
incorrect.
from Mitre Square as the radius. This will enable us to determine our killer's safe zone.
Okay. Now we grab this. We grab that.
Our killer must surely live inside this circle. Now, let's intersect it with ellipses that we previously determined. There we are, Watson. The Aldgate district.
Shouldn't we inform the police so that they can concentrate their efforts on this area of Whitechapel?
It is probably already crawling with inspectors, Watson, and I doubt that they would take us seriously, even if they were willing to listen to what we had to say. Let's focus instead on understanding the
I'm
killer's
glad my
modus
search
operandi.
foo is
We know our
good.
murderer preys on prostitutes who are penniless, weak, sick, or alcoholic, that he distracts them the moment before killing them, and that he left an anonymous message inciting anti-Semitic hatred at the entrance of a building occupied by Jews. How would you describe this man?
What a coward.
Indeed, he is a person of great cowardice. Let's look at his murders, and in particular, the depredations on the corpses, putting aside that of Liz Stride, because on that occasion his work was left unfinished. If we recall the observations made on the victims and the parts that were mutilated or damaged on each of the bodies, without forgetting the fact that he also removed 1 or more organs, we can ascertain that our killer evolves during the course of the murders, cowardly and still evolving. And yet, look at the location of our first murder, that of Polly Nichols in Bucks Row. It is the most distant from the area our killer would appear to live. Perhaps this murder was preceded by another within the killer's area. I believe a cowardly killer would commit his first murder in an area close to his home in order to find refuge as quickly as possible on carrying out the act.
Holmes, an idea just occurred to me that fills me with dread. This evolution of which you speak.
He will pursue his next victim as long as the conditions permit him to continue killing Watson.
But how could one go even further in this horror? Look at what he did to that woman, Catherine Eddowes.
In order to avoid having to answer that question, we must act with haste and planning. Watson, I suggest you inform yourself on the mutilations sustained by the victims. We played with the idea that this could be an act of vengeance against prostitutes. If the mutilations correspond to areas affected by a specific pathology, perhaps the killer wanted to give an eye for an affliction he felt the prostitutes he knew were responsible for.
And this trail leading to Dr. Tumblety, Holmes?
I also have a few things to look into in the meantime. I still have a primary witness to track down, not to mention old trails I've yet to pursue. See you soon, Watson. When we first spoke about the Bucks Row murder with Watson, he was reading a newspaper, The Star, dated September 1st, 1888, I believe, which mentioned similar murders in the preceding months. I have no chance of finding the police reports, but perhaps I could find some information at the Central News Agency. I must go there at once. Afterwards,
Okay.
I'll go back to see Abraham, the owner of the pet shop in Whitechapel. The second Joseph statement would lead me to believe that he may know the man spotted on the corner of Church Passage that night. If that's the case, I must find this witness so I can question him.
All right. So we are off to the news agency.
Ah, Bulling is there. It won't hurt just this once. Hello, Mr. Bulling. So, did your colleague tell you about the tip?
What tip?
Ah, I see. I gave him an explosive tip and he went without you? Oh, that's not very sporting on his part. No doubt he took all of the credit for his discovery.
You're winding me up, eh?
I must show Bulling something to make him believe me.
Okay.
What do you want?
I'm not winding you up. The proof is that he gave me this advance on the debt.
The traitor! He owes me if I find him!
Before I leave, can you do me a favor?
Heck, tell me.
I'm looking for some reliable info on the murders committed in Whitechapel in the months before Polly Nichols' attack.
Reliable? Ha! You really think you'll find that here?
Yeah.
Fine.
At the news
I'll be honest with
agency?
you. We have folders that group the dispatches from the current year into categories. In the police law category, you'll find the transcripts from the trials and investigations that we sell to the newspapers that ask us.
Perfect.
Sadly, I am out of time. I'll leave you to solve it, eh? You're the detective, aren't you?
Well, let's go see what we can find.
The dossiers are full of papers in dated envelopes. I can't open them. That would be too obvious. How can I tell which compartment to look in? No categories are indicated.
Oh boy, we've got some type of a puzzle here.
An envelope is torn. I can tell that this dispatch contains economic information.
Okay. So I'm going to assume that's economy. If we were to assume they are... Let's assume they're alphabetical for a minute. I don't think they are. Because we don't have enough information. We don't have enough things that start earlier than economy. We got culture. That's it.
An envelope is torn. I can tell that this dispatch contains economic information.
Right. E is 5. Alright, I can't click on anything else.
An envelope is torn. I can tell that this dispatch contains economic information.
Yeah, it would seem like that would work, but... So there's got to be more... There's got to be more clues. Let's look for some more clues. Oh, there's tons of other things. Maybe we'll find another clue. Dear Fernand, I am confirming my presence on Friday evening at the club. It will be with pleasure because I must get my mind off things or risk falling into a black depression. Just imagine, the new laddie still has the favors of Janet. But she'll end up forgetting him and giving in to me because I'm not lacking in ideas to get rid of her suitors. Yesterday, I randomly placed a few inventions and science with politics dispatches. After all, they are always harebrained items. Given the compartments are on top of the other, it could have easily passed as one of the new lad's errors, and as anticipated, he was called in by the boss. As soon as I have the chance, I will show him how, like in the news, everything is in the balance. He looks like a half-wit, could easily confuse politics with society section on his right. And this ladder with economy, which is its neighbor. What a lovely mess. I don't know how an intelligent girl like Janet can like a swat like him, but he doesn't have much longer to smile. Okay. So we got a couple of clues here. Politics with society section on his right. And this ladder with economy, which is its neighbor. So, politics, society to the right, inventions and science under politics, and society, which is the neighbor of economy. So we know where economy is. And it's, from what I would get, that would say that, what was it? Society is here. Politics is here. And invention and science would be here. That makes sense. It says politics, society on the right, the neighbor of economy. Science and invention directly underneath. All right, well, that's one clue. We've got many to look at. To improve the dispatch filing, propose major info. I can't read that word. High, except news in brief. Minor info down low, so up high. Major info up high, except news in brief. Minor info down low, except police law. Thus, in future, propose also to invert news in brief, which is for the moment up high, and police law, which is actually down low. Furthermore, the weather section is almost always empty. Put it with news in brief, question mark. Okay. Weather is almost always empty. Major info goes up high, except for news in brief. Minor info goes down low, except police law. But that's the proposal. It says, thus in future propose also to invert news in brief, which is for the moment up high, police law, down low, weather is almost always empty. Police law is low, news in brief is high, and weather is almost always empty. Well, I don't think we can quite fill in, except that's got to be weather. We know that News and Brief is somewhere up here. Police and Law is somewhere down here. Dear George, your little brother has had some misfortune. First week of work was very grueling. First, I was given a spot far from the stove. I'm very cold in the morning. Next, I have to sort through the dispatches. Most tedious and boring work imaginable. Once work is done, I must take each envelope to the journalist in question, who won't even deign to look at me. Finally, at the end of my third day, the boss called me to his office to give me a sermon. Seems I had mixed up the dispatches. I was so worn out that could only protest half-heartedly. He gave me a second chance. So now I'm in a sticky situation. The only hopeful note comes from my colleague, Miss Filthin, a charming young woman who is the only one to give me a smile. She helps me as much as she can, tries to prompt me regarding which compartment I should put my dispatches. Because everyone here knows the order of the sections, no one has bothered to tell me. The lady has so much compassion, slides me notes such as politics and society are on the side, sports is underneath economy, personalities is at the end of the row, front page news is the first compartment, etc. And these confidences are almost words of love from her mouth. I don't think that she likes placing the envelopes on the desks at all because she ends up with some thanks that are very disturbing. I have volunteered for the task, much to everyone's displeasure. Nothing new concerning my landlady, but I managed to pay her for the week, and she consented to keep me. Don't say anything about my troubles to Momsy. I don't want to alarm her. Not wanting to lie to her, I have chosen to not write. Warmest regards, Brother Albert. Okay. Politics and society are on the side. Sports is under economy. Personalities is at the end of the row. Front page news is the first compartment, etc. Alright, front page news is the first compartment. Said personalities is on the side. It said, let's look at that again. Personalities is at the end of the row, but which row? Sports is under economy. Personalities at the end of the row. Politics and the society are on the side. Politics and society are on the side. What? Well, that's weird because didn't the other thing say randomly placed a few inventions in science with politics? They are all in her brain. Given departments are one on top of the other. He could easily confuse politics with the society on his right, and this latter with economy, which is its neighbor. Oh, wait a minute. He could easily confuse the politics with the society section on his right, and this latter with economy, which is its neighbor. But they say politics and society are on the side, and inventions and science is under politics. Inventions and science with politics. After all, they are always harebrained schemes. Gimling apartments are one on top of the other. Don't those two things contradict each other? Let's go read some more clues. Sir, as the agency receives numerous dispatches, the filing system you made appears to be too small, particularly for the world and society sections, which cover too much area and overflow into the boxes below. Police, law, and culture, respectively, should be able to furnish a device in order to keep only one filing cabinet. While awaiting your response, sir, please accept our best wishes, the assistant director. So world and society are too small. They cover too much area and overflow into the boxes below. Police, law, and culture, respectively. So world, society, police. Alright, so world with police, law, society with culture. So society with culture. And then there would have to be world, police, law. We also know that news, police and law were at the bottom, news and brief were at the top, which I believe means personalities goes here.
These envelopes contain dispatches of police and judicial cases. Now, I need to open them discreetly. I must try to unglue the openings.
Well, we got it. That's good.
Water.
Good deal. Looks like we're gonna steam us some clams. Hold on, see if there's anything else I'm missing. You enjoy a good steamed ham. Okay.
I need something.
Really, the matches don't do it?
There, that will provide me with steam.
There we go.
Open, and it looks like I'm in luck. This envelope contains precious information.
There we go. Testimony in the Smith affair. Day of inquest, April 7th, Saturday, 1888. Mr. Win E. Baxter, East Middlesex coroner, held an inquiry Saturday, April 7th, at the London Hospital respecting the death of Emma Elizabeth Smith, age 45, widow, lately living at 18 George Street, Spitalfields, who it was alleged had been murdered. Chief Inspector West of H Division Police attended for the Commissioners of Police. Mrs. Mary Russell, deputy keeper of a common lodging house, stated she had known the deceased for about 2 years. On the evening of Bank Holiday, April 2nd, she left home 7 o'clock, returned about 4 or 5 the next morning in a dreadful state. Her face and head were much injured, one of her ears being nearly torn off. She told the witness she had been set upon and robbed of all her money. Witness took her to the hospital, and when passing along Osborne Street, the deceased pointed out the spot where she was assaulted. She said there were 3 men, she could not describe them. Mr. George Hayslip, house surgeon, stated that when the deceased was admitted to the hospital, she had been drinking but was not intoxicated. She was bleeding from the head and ear and had other injuries of a revolting nature. Witness found she was suffering from rupture of the peritoneum, which had been perforated by a blunt instrument used with great force. The deceased told him that at 1:30 that morning she was passing near Whitechapel Church when she noticed some men coming towards her. She crossed the road to avoid them, but they followed, assaulted her, took all the money she had, and then committed the outrage. She was unable to say what kind of instrument was used, nor could she describe her assailants, except she said that one was a youth of 19. Death ensued Wednesday morning, April 4th, through peritonitis set up by the injuries. Margaret Hayes, living at the same address as the deceased, deposed to seeing Mrs. Smith in company with a man at the corner of Ferret Street and Burnett Road. The man was dressed in a dark suit, wore a white silk handkerchief around his neck. He was of medium height. Witness did not think she could identify him. Chief Inspector West, H Division, stated he had no official information on the subject and was only aware of the case through the daily papers. He had questioned the constables on the beat. None of them appeared to know anything about the matter. The coroner said that from the medical evidence, which must be true, it was clear that the woman had been barbarously murdered. It's impossible to imagine a more brutal and dastardly assault, and he thought the ends of justice would be better met by the jury recording their verdict at once than by adjourning to some future date in the hope of having more evidence brought before them. The jury returned a verdict of willful murder against some person or persons unknown. Police are making every possible inquiry into the case, but up to yesterday, April 8th, had not any clue to the persons who committed the outrage. Testimony in Tabram case. Last day of inquest Thursday, August 23rd, 1888. Yesterday afternoon, 23rd of August, Mr. George Collier, Deputy Coroner, Southeast Middlesex, resumed the inquiry of the Working Lads Institute, Whitechapel, circumstances attending the death of Martha Turner, or Tabram, hawker, lately living at 4 Star Place, Star Street, Commercial Road East, I assume, E, who was discovered early on the morning, Tuesday the 7th, lying dead on the first floor landing of some model dwellings known as George Yard Buildings, Commercial Street, Spitalfields. When found, the woman presented a shocking appearance, there being 39 stab wounds on the body, some of them apparently having been inflicted with a bayonet. Alfred George Crow, cab driver, 35, George Yard Buildings, deposed he got home 3:30 Tuesday morning. As he was passing the first floor landing, he saw a body lying on the ground. He took no notice, as he was accustomed to seeing people lying about there. He did not then know whether the person was alive or dead. He got up at 9:30, and when he went down the staircase, the body was not there. Witness heard no noise while he was in bed. Police Constable Thomas Barrett, 226H, said the last witness called his attention to the body of the deceased. He sent for a doctor who pronounced life extinct. Dr. T.R. Killeen of 68 Brick Lane said he was called to the deceased and found her dead. She had 39 stab wounds on her body. She had been dead some 3 hours. Her age was about 36. Body was very well nourished. Witness had since made a post-mortem examination of the body. Left lung penetrated in 5 places. Right lung penetrated in 2 places. Heart was penetrated in 1 place. That'd be sufficient to cause death. The liver was penetrated in 5 places. Spleen penetrated in 2 places. Stomach penetrated in 6 places. The witness did not think all the wounds were inflicted with the same instrument. Wounds generally might have been inflicted by a knife. Such an instrument could not have inflicted one of the wounds, which went through the chest bone. His opinion was that one of the wounds was inflicted by some kind of dagger, and that all of them were caused during life. Sucks to be her. Henry Samuel Tabram, 6 River Terrace, East Greenwich, husband of the deceased woman, said he last saw her alive about 18 months ago on Whitechapel Road. They had been separated 13 years, owing to her drinking habits. She obtained a warrant against him. For some part of the time, witness allowed her 12 shillings, I suppose, a week. But as a consequence of her annoyance, he stopped the allowance 10 years ago. Since which time, he had made it half a crown a week, as he found she was living with a man. Henry Turner, carpenter, staying at Working Men's Home, Commercial Street, Spitalfields, stated he had been living with the woman Tabram as his wife for about 9 years. 2 or 3 weeks previously to this occurrence, he ceased to do so. He had left her on 2 or 3 occasions in consequence of her drinking habits, but they had come together again. He last saw her alive Saturday the 4th in Leadenhall Street. He then gave her 1 shilling 6d to get some stock. When she had the money, she spent it in drink. While living with the witness, deceased's usual time for coming home was around 11 o'clock. As far as he knew, she had no regular companion. He did not know that she walked the streets. As a rule, he said, a man of sober habits. When the deceased was sober, they usually got on well together. Mrs. Mary Boosefield, wife of a woodcutter residing at 4-Star Place, Commercial Road, knew the deceased by the name of Turner. She was formerly a lodger in her house with the man Turner. The deceased would rather have a glass of ale than a cup of tea. She was not a woman who got continually drunk. She never brought home any companions with her. She left without giving notice and owed 2 weeks' rent. Mary Ann Connolly, Pearly Paul, who at the suggestion of Inspector Reed was cautioned in the usual manner before being sworn, stated she had been for the last 2 nights living at a lodging house in Dorset Street, Spitalfields. Witness was a single woman. She had known the woman Tabram for about 4 or 5 months. She knew her by the name of Emma. She last saw her alive Bank Holiday night. When Witness was with her about 3/4 of an hour, they separated at 11:45. Witness was with Tabram and 2 soldiers, 1 private, 1 corporal. She did not know what regiment they belonged to, but they had white bands around their caps. After they separated, Tabram went away with the private. Witness accompanied the corporal to Angel Alley. There were no quarreling between any of them. Witness had been to the barracks to identify the soldiers, and the 2 men she picked out were, to the best of her belief, the men she and Tabram were with. The men at the Wellington barracks were paraded before Witness. One of the men picked out by Witness turned out not to be a corporal, but he had stripes on his arm. Detective Inspector Reed made a statement of the efforts made by the police to discover the perpetrator of the murder. Several persons stated that they saw the deceased woman on the previous Sunday with a corporal, but when all the corporals and privates at the Tower and Wellington barracks were paraded before them, they failed to identify the man. Military authorities afforded every facility to the police. Pearly Paul picked out 2 men belonging to the Coldstream Guards, Wellington barracks. One of those men had 3 good conduct stripes, and he was proved beyond doubt to have been with his wife from 8 o'clock Monday night till 6 o'clock the following morning. The other man was also proved to have been in the barracks 5 minutes past 10 Bank Holiday night. The police would be pleased if anyone would give them information having seen anyone with the deceased on the night of Bank Holiday. Coroner, summing it up, said the crime was one of the most brutal that had occurred for some years. For a poor defenseless woman to be outraged and stabbed in the manner which this woman had been was almost beyond belief. Could only come to the conclusion, and that was that the deceased was brutally, cruelly murdered. Jury returned a verdict of willful murder against some person or persons unknown.
The information excludes the murder of the first woman, Miss Smith.
Wow.
Jack the Ripper can't be the author of that crime. On the other hand, there are enough similarities to suggest he may be the killer of Martha Tabram. I must go to the pet shop.
Okay. To the pet shop.
I must go to the pet shop.
I guess just out of safety, let's go ahead and save. Haven't done that in a while. Okay.
Closed until further notice. Abraham isn't there. No luck.
Beep beep. I see him. Yep.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Do you know why Mr. Solomonich's shop is closed?
No, I don't. Perhaps his cousin, the cobbler, knows. But I believe the police came to take his animals. I think that might have something to do with it.
Really?
When was this?
During the day. The kids you were with the other day were there, they told me. They just came by to ask for some cat's meat. They didn't have any money, but I gave them some anyway. Ah,
Is something wrong?
it's just that there was a little girl with them, the same age as mine. My little girl who went away with her mother, with the angels into the sky.
Dr. Watson told me about your loss. Please accept my condolences. Would you like to talk about it? How did it happen?
The illness, sir. My poor little girl was in agony, and her face and body were ravaged by the disease.
Her face?
Yes, she looked like a ghost.
What illness was it?
Dr. Gibbons tried to explain when I took my little girl to see him, but I didn't understand. I'm sure that he was trying to insinuate it was my fault. I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about it anymore.
I understand. Farewell. Let's go and see Dr. Gibbons.
Interesting. Dr. Gibbons? I thought we were going to go to the cobblers.
Let's go and see Dr. Gibbons. Hello, Doctor. Do you remember me? I'm Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson's friend.
Oh, yes. Excuse the mess, but I am doing a bit of tidying.
I have come to see you about a Mr. Hardyman, a cat food seller by trade, who recently lost his daughter and wife.
Yes, I know him. A tragic story.
Right. We're going to find out what
I was hoping you
disease
could tell me about the disease
the girl
that
had.
took his daughter, a disease that would have attacked her face.
Well, to keep it short, we are speaking of syphilis, Mr. Holmes. You must certainly know that it is transmitted through intimate connections, and that the vast prostitute population here contributes to its inevitable progression. It destroys individuals by spreading through the body slowly. The most obvious symptoms can be found in the genitalia and on the face in the form of pustules or lesions. Sometimes this illness can destroy whole families. The father catches it from a prostitute, he transmits it to his wife, who in her turn passes it to the kids which she bears or nurses. These cases are numerous in the vicinity. Certain children, and this is the case of the little girl whom I won't name, suffer from an emaciation of the face which will, apart from predicting an imminent death, bring infamy upon the family.
Emaciation of the face?
Yes, what we sometimes call the pox. I will give you a photograph. One cannot be mistaken on the origin of such a face. The eyes seem to be void of lids. The nose is inexistent, as if it was cut off. And the cheeks are chiselled, as if cut with a knife. This loss of facial matter, this emaciation, is, in this area, often the gift from a father to his children.
Can I keep this photograph?
I should destroy it. But if it can remind you that one must sometimes think twice before giving in to physical attraction.
I always seem to find myself alone in such cases. Thank you, Doctor.
So the killer is referring to syphilis when he made the marks on Eddowes, right? Was it Catherine Eddowes? Interesting.
Let's go to the cobbler's.
The killer is well aware of the effects of syphilis.
Hello, Mr. Solomonovich.
Ah, Mr. Holmes, how are things with you?
I heard your cousin Abraham had a problem with his shop. What happened?
Ah, if I didn't know you well, I would tell you that it's Jewish business that doesn't concern anyone but the Jews. But as you have a little bit to do with it, you have the right to know what is going on.
Ah, would I have something to do with it?
Someone had seen Abraham telling you something and making big gestures near the Imperial Club.
Uh-oh.
A vicious rumor quickly spread, and it has caused him great injustice. A slanderous denunciation attracted the authorities' attention to my cousin's shop. Abraham must be in the process of answering their questions.
I did, indeed, speak with your cousin the other night. I'm shocked at the consequences of this discussion.
As I was saying, it's the story of the Jews. In the face of adversity, we are united, but amongst ourselves, it's like anywhere else. As soon as our people take a dislike to someone, for right or wrong, we can be without pity and quite cruel.
This is all very worrying. Your cousin knows one, or rather two, of the men who were at the Imperial Club on the night of the Mitre Square murder. One of the two, a butcher in Aldgate named Joseph, is probably withholding information of the utmost importance. I must find this man. Perhaps you can help me.
But there are dozens of Jewish butchers around Aldgate, half of which must be called Joseph. And you know, Mr. Holmes, we Jews prefer to remain in the background of this murderer business, this Jack the Ripper thing. All of London is pointing their fingers at us, saying, it's a Jew who disemboweled these women. Our community is in great peril, you know. There was the business with Lipsky and Leather Apron. I will see what I can do, but I don't promise anything.
I'd be extremely grateful to you. Very well. We may meet again, Mr. Solomonovich.
You are most welcome, Mr. Holmes.
I've paced up and down Whitechapel enough. I should return to Baker Street in order to reflect on the new facts that I have discovered.
Back home.
Hello, Holmes.
Good day, Watson.
Listen, Holmes, I know I should have got here sooner to give you a report on my research, but this case has led me to neglect my patients and my wife more than I care to admit. I've been able to sort things out over the last few days, and now I am ready to pursue this investigation.
You don't have to justify yourself, Watson. Whilst I do tolerate you as an observer, and despite your occasional help with more menial tasks, may I remind you that you are by no means an indispensable part of this case.
Oh, you tolerate me as an observer, do you? Oh, you're too much, Holmes. Well, Mr. Detective, despite my absence, I have been working on this case, putting my relationship on the line in the process.
Right?
And I happen to have a confidential letter that only passed from one lord's hand to another. What it contains is extremely serious and concerns Dr. Tumblety and his collection of uteri.
Let me see that.
Oh boy, here we go. Yeah, Watson's sticking up for himself there. He should, too. My lord, be hereby assured of my entire collaboration in the affair, to which I must reply. No one will be able to cast probatum on our institution or ourselves. Our eminent colleagues support our policies, and they won't cooperate with the police as long as the higher interests that we serve aren't menaced. As you mentioned, we must avoid having to explain to the uncultured masses the exigencies of medical research. A general crisis of confidence will result in inevitable amalgamation that the press would hasten to create between this and the hideous murders committed in the East End. To this end, I tactfully evoked the rumor that you mentioned in your letter when I met with my colleagues. It turns out to have grounds, and these are the specifics that I was able to obtain. 18 months thence, I should say, an American doctor in London did in fact contact certain hospitals. His approach was aimed at getting stocks of feminine genitalia, particularly uteri. He was motivated initially by the finalization of his research and of its publication. The doctor in question wanted to include a uterus specimen, freshly conserved in formalin, with each of the research dissertations sent to each of the colleagues involved. A large quantity was thus necessary. This doctor proposed to buy each of the uteri 20 pounds each. The hospital directors did not pay heed to these demands, of that I have been assured. Between you and I, my lord, who knows what strange consequences would have followed these demands of the American doctor. The rumor of these unusual commissions made the tour of the hospitals in question at the time, and has spread to others since. Simple day laborers employed in our organizations considered the gain of 20 pounds could justify a theft, perhaps worse. The identity of the doctor is unknown to me. Based on the recall of one of my colleagues, this man had the most impressive references. After a bit of research that I didn't find the existence of any publication with an eventual correlation on this or the other side of the Atlantic. The man left London shortly after his pitch, it would seem. I cannot help but think that he has perhaps returned to London and has found someone who might furnish him what he is looking for. So saying the doctor had an unusual request for uteri, and perhaps he was finding any means necessary to obtain them?
Excellent. This American could turn out to be of great use to use.
That's right. And that's not all. I did some research and finally found an illness that affects the genitalia and can, in certain cases, cause facial symptoms resembling the mutilations seen on the last victim.
It is called, would you believe, syphilis.
Syphilis and the emaciation that can be seen in affected children. I have known that for days, Watson.
Really?
Listen, now you're already here, Watson, we may as well continue the investigation. Do you remember the map on which we established the area in which our killer lives? I think we should continue our study.
Okay. We're gonna end here in just a minute. I just want to see what we're looking for. The map on which we established the area in which our killer lives. I think we should continue our study. So they want us... As I said, you're not that useful, Watson. Yeah, no kidding. Ouch, he got owned. Watson's like, oh, I also figured this out. Holmes is like, nah, I got this. So we're probably going to the red area. But we're going to save that for another time. Yeah, let's go ahead and save. Well, in fact, maybe we should just go to the other place. Hold on, let me see this a minute. Map. I assume we're going to the red area. Ward of Aldgate.
I have no reason to go that way. I have no reason to go that way.
Really? I thought we were gonna go here. Okay, I'm confused now. What? Do you remember the map on which we established the area in which our killer lives? I think we should continue our study. I thought that's where we were going. You know what? Let's worry about it later. We'll figure it out next time. We'll just overwrite right here. There we go. All right. Yeah, poor Watson getting owned. Just when he was ready to stand up for himself, Holmes comes in and smacks him down. Anyway, I'll take a look real quick, see if we want to host anybody. I don't know if we want to. We don't have too many people. I'll look real quick, see who's on. In the meantime, if you're brand new, I doubt any of you are, but if you're lurking and you're brand new, you can always hit the follow or subscribe depending on where you're at if you like what you saw. We'll be back to this next week. Tomorrow night tomorrow night we will be playing some Shadowrun Dragonfall. Kind of a mystery, but with way more combat. Still got a lot of yappy to go with the slappy, though. Anyway, I don't really see too many people on. Oh, you know what? Here's something. I got somebody. General Gravy is currently playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Perfect. Yeah, I just noticed. General Gravy's playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Let's go drop my host. It's a mystery game. We plan on playing Phoenix Wright at some point in the near future. So, yeah. General Gravy, let's do it. Sounds good. Let me get it all set up. And we'll see you all tomorrow, as I said before. All right. We're just going to go with a host. Yeah. Yep. Sounds like General Gravy and myself have a decent amount of overlap now. They do Minecraft. They do mystery games. They do AQ3D. I got a feeling we're going to be doing a lot of hosting to General Gravy in the coming weeks. A lot of overlap here. So, yeah, let's do it. We'll see you all next time. Oh, shout out to Dova. I don't have them on the list. I got to re-put them up for their generous contributions. Hopefully through Subscribestar. They've had some issues lately, but they should be back on Subscribestar soon, but they've had some other issues. But anyway, I want to shout Dova out for their support. We'll see everybody later. Y'all have a good time. If you're interested, you can always join up the stuff there. But more importantly, I just ask that you share the channel with other people. Let them know I'm here and I'm streaming. All right, we'll see you next time. Stay tuned for General Gravy. And have some fun with some Phoenix Wright. We're getting there, I swear. Just trying to make sure. I got an ad real quick. I want to make sure that we're ready. Oh, ad, go away. All right. Host incoming.